We will begin the plenary session. May I request Dr. Arvind Gupta to please take his seat on the dais. Dr. Arvind Gupta is the director of the Vivekananda International Foundation. He was the Deputy National Security Advisor and Secretary National Security Council, Government of India during 2014 and 17. 14 to 17. Earlier, he was the Director General of the Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, Ministry of Defense, New Delhi. Due to time constraint, I will not be able to read the full bio of the speakers. You may please scan the barcode in the backside of your batches to get all the information related to the conference. The bios of the speakers will also be flashed on the screen here. Now I would request Mr. Vladimir Vasilev to please take his seat on the dais. Dr. Vladimir Vasilev is the Executive Director of the Northern Forum and President of the Northern Forum Academy. He was the Minister of Federative and External Relations of the Sakha Republic, Yakutia, in 2014 to 16. Head of the Department of the Sakha Republic, Yakutia, from 2017 to 18. He was also the first Deputy Minister on External Relations and Ethnic Affairs of the Sakha Republic from 2018 to 2020. Now, I would request Ambassador Pavan Kapoor to please take his seat on the dais. Ambassador Pavan Kapoor is an accomplished Indian diplomat and currently serves as the Deputy National Security Advisor in the National Security Council Secretariat. A member of the Indian Foreign Service since 1990, Ambassador Kapoor has held several prestigious positions both within India and abroad. He was the Secretary West in the Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian Ambassador to Russia. Now, I would request Ambassador Kanwal Sibal to please take his seat on the dais. Ambassador Kanwal Sibal is the Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University. He is a distinguished diplomat with 41 years of experience. He served as Foreign Secretary to the Government of India and held ambassadorial roles in Turkey, Egypt, France, and Russia. He is a Padma Shri awardee and has been honored by France and Russia for his contribution to international relations. Now, I would like to request Mr. Kim Borisov to please take his seat on the dais. Mr. Kim Borisov is the permanent representative of the Republic of Sakha, Yakutia to the Far Eastern Federal District and Deputy Chairman of the Government of the Republic of Sakha. From 2014 to 2019, he served as Deputy Permanent Representative of the Republic of Sakha to the Far Eastern Federal District, and from 2019 to 21 as Assistant to the Head of the Republic of Sakha, Yakutia. I welcome all the delegates to this conference, and now I would hand over the mic to Dr. Gupta to deliver his welcome remarks.
Namaskar, Zdravstvuyte, and a very good morning to all of you. It's indeed a great pleasure for the VIF to partner with the Northern Forum to host this one-day conference, which is titled Uniting North and South for Sustainable Development in the Arctic. It's a unique conference. We haven't handled this subject for quite a while, although there is some debate in India about the Arctic. But I think this conference will serve to raise awareness about major shifts that are taking place in the Arctic in the backdrop of larger global shifts. So this is a very important conference. The Northern Forum led by Mr. Vladimir Vasilev, the Executive Director, and his colleagues are visiting India. And the delegation includes some of the representatives of Russia's regions in the north. And for our Indian audience, it may come as a surprise that the Sakha Republic, the Sakha region, it is the size of India. almost. So that is how big Russia is, and it's all in the north. So we are very happy to meet some very interesting people. They have come to India from minus 30 degrees to plus 30 degrees, and I hope it doesn't become plus 40 before they leave. But means that around the temperature, different kind of people live. Temperatures decide our cultures. So today we are meeting very interesting people, and I hope that we'll make most of it. So a very warm welcome to all of you, Mr. Vasilev, and I think Mr. Maslennikov will be joining us online perhaps later, and Mr. Kim Borisov, who is also with us. So a very warm welcome. I also want to welcome Ambassador Pavan Kapoor, who is the Deputy National Security Advisor, Government of India. But that is only part of the story. He is the person who is in charge of India's Arctic policy, implementation of Arctic policy. And because National Security Council, along with other government departments, are in charge of this, a very elaborate and a very ambitious Arctic policy that we came up with last a few years ago. And I think today will have the chance to discuss through the day some aspects of India's engagement with the Arctic. I also want to welcome and thank Ambassador Kanwal Sibal for being with us. He is the Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University, but he is a very special person for us because he is in the advisory board of the Vivekananda International Foundation, and one of our mentors has been associated with the VIF for a very long time. He's a former foreign secretary, former ambassador to Russia, amongst many other countries. Thank you, sir, for being with us. I also want to thank the members of the strategic community who are all here, and some students and several other people who are, and people from JNU, I think, are also here, Professor, and don't see here. So we also, you would have seen a wonderful exhibition of paintings by children, in which there are some paintings by Indian children. And these are some of, just look at this, tells you what a different region that is. And it's it gives you, when we talk toxic geopolitics all the time, I think when you move in, perhaps some good feelings might be generated, because this is about the future generation that we are talking about. The conference could not be more timely, as the global dynamics is shifting. And in the in the Trumpian world order, and the Arctic region, like many other regions, the Arctic region is also feeling the shifts. So one big thing that has happened is that the Arctic Council has become almost dysfunctional, or not that active anymore. And they're trying to keep it alive. I think Norway is the president now, and they're trying to keep it alive by keeping some working groups, etc., going on. But I understand that the projects have almost stopped. I think this is what Mr. Vasilev was telling us yesterday. So it is to the credit of Russia and also people here on the dais who are trying to keep this alive. And we hope that they succeed in their efforts. And I'm also grateful that today we have very top policymakers from India. Pavanji is one example, but we'll have some other people joining us in later sessions who are also participating in this. And that shows that India and Russia today, Arctic can serve as a new trigger for taking India-Russia relations to a new level. And I think we also have officials from the NSCS who are here, Mr. Prasanna. So what are the takeaways from this conference? We will be later on coming up with some outcome document, which we'll share. But certainly there will be some practical suggestions we are looking forward to that will come out of it. I think one shift that we have to note is that if Arctic Council, the Arctic itself may get divided, because of the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war and complete lack of contacts between Russia and Europe at this point of time. And also we are seeing that in Europe is also now transforming itself, remodeling itself. But I think their hostility towards Russia remains very much intact. So I hope Russia-Ukraine war gets resolved and things become better. But until that happens, the global warming is going to go on. And Arctic is very much also experiencing several shifts. And it is quite possible that the Arctic governance structure itself might get fragmented. And yesterday, we had a very interesting presentation from the Russian delegation about how they're looking at how BRICS can play a role in the Arctic. So maybe we'll hear something more about it. But I think for India, there are obviously new opportunities which are opening up. We have been involved with the Russian Arctic for some time in economic field and so on. But I think these are still nascent stages of our interaction. And we need to probably bring in more investments, more people-to-people contacts, more academic exchanges, and more awareness, and so on. I think the 2019 visit of the Prime Minister to Vladivostok, in which we talked about India's far Act East policy, in which we envisaged more investments in Russia's Far East, and also had signed some MOUs, etc., on the Arctic's Arctic is very rich in hydrocarbons and so on. So some MOUs were signed in LNG and also in oil and gas, etc. But infrastructure and also connectivity can also be a very important area for collaboration. So I think Arctic region presents today fresh opportunities for India about which we have talked, but now I think time has come to implement them. So I think India and Russia can deepen their Arctic cooperation. We can enhance our engagement with the Arctic in all its dimensions. And we should try and be involved with all the groups, particularly the local groups that are there and the regions in the Arctic, because this is a Northern Forum, is a forum of regions in the North. And each one of region, I said one of them is as big as India, and that's probably the largest Arctic region in the world. So I think there is this possibilities of our own states who are also doing pretty well. And there is this sister relationship between Sakha and Gujarat, and I think you are visiting Gujarat shortly. So there are more opportunities, and our state should also be looking at it. So we can cooperate with Russia on reforming the Arctic Council and expanding our footprint in the Arctic Council. So there are several recommendations, I think specific recommendations. We will not go into detail now, and we will take up this as we go along. So once again, thank you very much, and we are very grateful again to Northern Forum for giving us this opportunity to talk about a region which is so very important, about which we know so little, and which also offers wonderful opportunities. And more important, I think it acts as a trigger for a new trigger for India-Russia relations in a world which is very fragmented at this point of time. And India, I think India and Russia need to work together to bring some peace and stability. And Arctic could be one point where we can work together in a positive and constructive way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Vladimir Vasilev to please deliver his welcome remarks. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's very nice day today, very bright and very hot, I guess, in New Delhi. And thank you for all of you that you are joining us today for very good discussions. And special thanks to Vivekananda International Foundation and its director, Dr. Arvind Gupta, for hosting us. We had a very good discussion yesterday already on geopolitical issues, but we will continue all discussion today on research and educational issues and just again geopolitical things. I think that we will need more and more meetings after our forum and after our conference to continue and to strengthen cooperation between our countries. And I would like to say that the Northern Forum delegation consists Russian delegates, and we see just the Sakha Peace Foundation from Japan also delegates for representatives. We have a goodwill ambassador from Italy. So we can consider that 3 observer countries of the Arctic Council are here. And the Northern Forum also just observe organization of the Arctic Council. So just we can discuss in details what we can do all together in the Arctic. So just Russia and other Arctic states has some confrontation, and we have no active cooperation nowadays. But hopefully, the situation will be improved in coming months or years. And in these conditions, we need to be prepared well. So we need to know each other much better, and to exchange our opinion, what we can do together, and for the peace and for the sustainable development. And we are very, it's a very good that we have the topics in uniting North and South for sustainable development in the Arctic, especially. We know that climate change in the Arctic is changing rapidly, 3 times faster than in the rest of the world. It was said that on COP29 in Baku last year, and the Northern Forum just organized the first ever Arctic Pavilion in Baku on COP29. And it was we organized about 50 international sessions from all over the world. And it was very interesting that 1,000 countries noted that they would like to know more about the Arctic knowledge, Arctic experience, and they need exchange of some new technologies, etc., etc. And so just we need to meet more often in India, in Italy, in Japan, in Russia, in any other countries to strengthen and widen our understanding what's is going on in the world, and what we can do all together to keep our world, and to move together forward for sustainable development and to save our planet. So just I hope that during this day and tomorrow, because we have a very intensive program here during very short visit. Whole day we will be here discussing in details many issues dedicated to the Arctic cooperation. And after that, Russian House invited us for a very good cultural program. Elena Remizova is here, director of the Russian House. And tomorrow we are going to Interprasta Engineering College. We will together plant some trees. Just name just Friendship Garden for the peace, and we will organize youth session to understand how we can involve our youth and children to the very peaceful cooperation. And then we will visit just Jawaharlal Nehru University, the ambassador. So just and to have a round table on rare species and how we can conserve wildlife and environment. So just very interesting days will be here in New Delhi, and I'm very thankful to all of you that you are with us. And as Dr. Gupta said, we will prepare recommendation of our conference, and you are very welcome to submit any proposal to us. And then after our conference, together with VIF team, we will prepare this the final document of our conference, addressed to the government of India, to the government of Russia, to make positive and very progressive decisions. So thank you very much for coming, and let's start our work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our keynote speaker, Ambassador Pavan Kapoor, to deliver his remark. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Namaskar, Dobre Utra. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this very important conference. Dr. Arvind Gupta, Ambassador Sibal, Mr. Vladimir Vasilev, and Kim Borisov, ladies and gentlemen. I think this topic, as you heard Dr. Gupta say, is not just very important, but very timely, given a lot of developments that are going on, but also developments in the Arctic per se. Um, I mean, very often questions are raised about what is India doing in the Arctic. Our history with the Arctic goes back a long way off. But, so on the face of it, we might be very distant. But the fact is that one of the most important factors for India's economic and food security, the monsoons, are intimately connected to the Arctic in very profound ways. The quantum of the Arctic ice cover and intensity of the Arctic winters affect entities such as the polar vortex, the jet streams, which feed into global phenomenon such as the El Nino and the Indian Ocean dipole. These and other complex interactions determine the fate of almost a 1.5 billion people who are dependent on the success of India's agricultural monsoons. At the same time, India's actions have a deep resonance in the Arctic itself. The energy use and ecological footprint of the same number of people in India through their choices of solar energy versus coal burning, EVs versus fossil fuel-based vehicles, etc., affect the global warming, speed of global warming and Arctic ice melt. So this is a real feedback loop, how the developments in Arctic affect us and how India's choices affect the Arctic. But India's engagements with the Arctic are not only anchored in its environmental interests. We have very clear scientific interests, and we also need to protect our strategic and commercial interests. The influence of the Arctic on connectivity, resource development, and big power confrontation is not fully understood. A lot of it is unfolding, as we've heard from recent statements, and therefore we closely monitor all these vectors in the Arctic. As I was mentioning, India's engagement with the Arctic has its foundations in the Svalbard Treaty of 1920, which we were a signatory to. And India is the only developing country, apart from China, which has an Arctic research base, Himadri, in Svalbard, which was established in 2008. We see multiple tangible benefits through our presence in the Arctic. For example, the availability of the Northern Sea route could help India in reducing the cost of supplies, especially energy from northern Russia. You heard Dr. Gupta talk about the expanse. It is a very resource-rich area, but of course, much more difficult to access till these developments have taken place. Previously inaccessible, therefore, offshore areas may now become available for extraction of potentially vast reserves of rare earths, oil, and natural gas. On the flip side, of course, the effect of global warming on the Arctic region and on India are, multiple and somewhat poorly understood. These will impact, amongst others, navigation, climate, energy security, sourcing of strategic minerals, and scientific research. So there are great risks, of course, of permanent damage to the delicate Arctic ecosystem. So a mad dash to lay claims to the Arctic resources will exacerbate territorial claims and geopolitical tensions. So this all has to be managed very carefully. The fact that there are geopolitical tensions in the Arctic don't make it easier. You've heard and you know that even though Russia was chairing the Arctic Council, but they were boycotted by many countries, and so things have been going quite slow. But we hope that things will improve because there's great potential for many countries, and the importance of developments there will impact many, many countries in the world. As the title of this conference is about uniting the North and South for sustainable development in the Arctic, I should mention that India occupies a unique position in the global South and North. While we are firmly located in the global South, we have our own major development deficits and many promises to keep in uplifting the lives of our large and diverse population. At the same time, India is the fastest growing major economy in the world. We have achieved significant successes across a range of scientific activities. Our large and skilled human resource pool is engaged in a wide variety of academic pursuits with the goal of addressing India's development concerns. and Indian industrial prowess drives our economic growth as well as that of our partners. So all these factors combine to ensure that India acts as a unique vehicle to prioritize the goals of the Global South, reflecting the development requirements through India's own experiences. Indian philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or the world is one family, drives our global endeavors. Towards fulfillment of such objectives, India has already hosted 3 Voice of the Global South summits with the overarching theme of an empowered Global South for a sustainable future. Now, we know that industrialization in the North was what really triggered climate change, but the deleterious effects of these changes are being experienced in a profound manner in the South. In turn, now even the South is contributing to climate change. And it is clear that these crises at any geographical location, even if distant, impact the economy, market, and even the very existence of multiple countries across the regions. Therefore, the North and South, with their disparities, need to come together to address the challenges before they become unmanageable or irreversible. India has been engaging with several multilateral organizations on Arctic issues. Just like the Northern Forum, we also engage with forums like the Arctic Circle, the Arctic Frontiers, as well as through initiatives such as U-Arctic. In fact, there is a big event happening in the Arctic, I think in Murmansk, later this month, and we are looking forward to participating in that too. Our regular participation in such multilateral fora adds immense value to our understanding of this important region and allows us to bring the voice of the Global South into these structures. These multilateral engagements are supplemented by our bilateral actions with countries in the region. Regarding specific collaboration between Russia and India, we have got this endeavor between the NCPOR, or the Polar Research Center, Polar and Ocean Research Center of India, with the Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute of Russia, which we signed a document in July last year to take forward and conduct research across the Arctic. We also have a joint working group between Russia and India on the Northern Sea Route. And there are several other ventures in which we are engaging with the Russians to try and improve our ability to participate in the Arctic and on the Northern Sea Route. So cooperation in the Arctic region and Russia for India is there on multiple fronts, and this must continue and be taken forward. The larger policy framework of India's Arctic strategy is oriented towards its readiness to play its part in contributing to the global good. As a member of the Global South, which possesses strong industrial, scientific, academic, and institutional strengths, India is committed to sharing its experiences and capabilities with partner countries in the South, of which we are an integral part. We are committed to a shared vision of the Global South that fully achieves the Sustainable Development Goals. India has always worked to unite countries of the Global South so that they can speak in one voice and become each other's strength in articulating their development concerns and priorities. It is with this perspective that India is engaging to unite the North and South in the Arctic and will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next keynote speaker is Ambassador Vladislav Maslennikov. By order of the Russian Foreign Ministry, dated October 4, 2024, Ambassador Maslennikov was appointed Director of the Department of Pan-Eurasian Cooperation. He has the diplomatic rank of Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, awarded on September 6, 2023. From 2019 to 2024, he was Russian Ambassador in Montenegro. He has shared a short video message with us, which will be played.
Dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of today's event for the invitation and for the opportunity to share our perspective on the current situation in the Arctic and the prospects for cooperation with our Indian friends. The situation in the Arctic is becoming increasingly complex. Due to the actions of Western countries and NATO, the region faces rising military and political tensions, new emerging challenges and threats. Illegitimate sanctions are actively used to hinder the development of the Russian Arctic zone and international cooperation in the North in general. The deterioration of once important regional cooperation mechanisms has become one of the consequences of the Western countries' confrontational approach. Despite these challenges, the Russian Federation remains committed to equal and beneficial dialogue in the High North, maintaining peace and stability, legal frameworks in the current complex geopolitical environment. The Arctic Council remains essentially the only platform for multilateral cooperation in the High North. Its effective and non-politicized work is crucial for developing joint solutions in areas such as sustainable social and economic development in the Arctic, cultural heritage and indigenous right protection, climate issues, and preservation of fragile Arctic environment. In coordination with the Norwegian chairmanship and the Arctic Council Secretariat, we strive to normalize the situation within the Council after its fully fledged activity was frozen by the initiative of the Western countries. We look forward to India's active participation in the Arctic Council activities in its capacity as an observer state and the country's positive contribution to the Council's projects. Russia remains open to constructive engagement in the Arctic with the interested non-regional states. Together with relevant Russian agencies and the Rosatom State Corporation, we intend to continue further collaboration with our Indian partners in the High North. One of the most promising areas for our cooperation is developing the transport and logistic potential of the Northern Sea route, which attracts growing global interest. We believe that participation of Indian delegates in the upcoming 6th International Arctic Forum, Arctic Territory of Dialogue, taking place in Murmansk next week on the 26th and 27th March, would strengthen our bilateral cooperation in the Arctic. We are convinced that discussions during such major events and agreements reached there contribute to the sustainable development of the region. Further cooperation with Indian partners under the auspices of the Northern Forum also holds a great potential. We hope that today's event will provide additional impetus for the joint efforts to strengthen ties between our countries and regions. Also in high demand is a continued collaboration among our scientists and experts, particularly through the Russian Asian Arctic Research Consortium, established and operating with active participation from the Northern Forum. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia will continue to provide the necessary support for strengthening international cooperation in the Arctic region. Wishing all the forum participants success and constructive discussions, I thank you for your attention.
May I now request Ambassador Kanwal Sibal to deliver his remarks. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm not an expert on this subject, but this entire issue is becoming more and more important from various points of view. Politically and strategically, things are getting heated up. It's not only global warming, but otherwise also things are getting heated up with President Trump wanting ownership of Greenland and treating this as an issue of national security and also for the defense of the free world. Earlier, the Danish thought that he may just be speaking out of turn as it is his wont, but they have discovered that he's very serious about it. And they are quite nonplussed as to how to handle this. The US is already present in Greenland. They have military bases there. And if they want access to the natural resources of Greenland, Denmark is willing to offer them opportunities as also additional military bases that they might want. So the thing is up in the air even now. So we have to then deal with this entire issue of the Arctic and the potential of the Arctic in terms of logistics and everything else. Now in the context of a very serious geopolitical rivalry, which will make cooperation very difficult, unless there is some normalization of ties between the West and Russia, it would be very difficult to deal with the issues which concern the entire humanity with regard to what is happening in the Arctic. Even if the United States is reaching out to Russia in order to establish new channels of communication and move forward the process of normalization, unless Europe also is on board, it will make the whole process very difficult. Now, India is clearly interested for a variety of reasons, as has been mentioned by our Deputy National Security Advisor and our Director, because it's not only India, the entire humanity will be affected by the warming of the Arctic and the melting of the ice cap. Everybody says that with global warming, the major victims would be in the global south and the coastal states. India has a huge coast. We are in the subtropical regions, as was rightly mentioned. The monsoons are intimately connected with what is happening in the polar regions, the North Pole. Therefore, we have to study the phenomenon extremely closely because it affects our future and the future of so many countries. So scientific cooperation in this area for India is extremely important. And I see that we've been fairly active in this regard. I was quite surprised to see something which Ambassador Kapoor has mentioned, that our relationship with the Arctic dates to February 1920, well before our own independence, when we signed the Svalbard Treaty in Paris. In 2007, we launched our first scientific expedition to study microbiology, atmosphere sciences, and geology in this region. And in 2008, we set up our first research station, Himadri, which was mentioned earlier. And in 2014, we set up our first multi-sensor mood observatory in dark in Svalbard. And in 2016, we established an atmospheric laboratory in Gurva Badet, however you pronounce it. So we are very closely observing glaciers for their mass balance to compare them with what is happening in the Himalayan glaciers, because there's a lot of talk about the fast melting of the Himalayan glaciers, which in turn has very severe consequences for the flow of water in our major rivers, which are fed by these glaciers, as well as, of course, the monsoon. And then, of course, from our point of view, in terms of having a global picture of what is happening, we have an interlinked polar program, which connects Arctic, Antarctic, and the Himalayas. So we have to study this phenomenon of what is happening in the
two polar regions and the third pole, which is the Himalayan glaciers, in terms of the impact of global warming. Theoretically, we are not yet there, but the Northern Sea route, whenever it gets opened up meaningfully, would benefit India in terms of reducing cost of our shipping companies, along with time, fuel, and security costs for transmitting goods. And in general way, the potential climate change will also affect the Indian economy. And therefore, there is a possibility which one should encourage that Indian business should be encouraged to apply for membership of the Arctic Economic Council and participate in its 5 working groups, which may or may not be meeting currently because of tensions in the region, but nevertheless, we have to look forward. And that's the blue economy, maritime transportation, connectivity, investment in infrastructure, and of course, concerns for the indigenous communities. We have, as I see from the literature I've read, 6 pillars of our interest in the Arctic. One, of course, is science and research. The other is climate and environment. The third is economic and human development. Fourth is transportation and connectivity. Fifth is governance and international cooperation. And the 6th is national capacity building. Therefore, we have to closely monitor events in the Arctic region in terms of navigation, climatology, energy security, sourcing of strategic materials, and scientific research. Now, of course, it is a matter of global concern that the melting of the ice in the Arctic should not lead to more economic activity, uncontrolled economy, not sufficiently governed by consensus by all countries in the region and beyond in terms of extraction of minerals from the Arctic, because there are rich amounts of coal and gypsum and diamonds, I believe, zinc, lead, placer gold, quartz. Apparently 1/4 of the world's reserves of rare earth minerals is in Greenland alone, which explains perhaps Trump's interest in this. He's very fond of rare earths, which sometimes he calls as raw earths. Anyway, and jokes apart. They are, according to the US Geological Survey, there are huge prospect in the areas of petroleum extraction. 13% of undiscovered oil and 30% of undiscovered natural gas is in this region. Now, in terms of geopolitics, China naturally always thinks ahead and positions itself as best as it can. So we have not called ourselves a near Arctic state, but they have called themselves a near Arctic state. And they have this polar Silk Road in mind. So we have also to see how we can keep our foot in strongly in terms of the future developments in the region. Now there are 5 Asian countries who have become members of who got observer status in the Arctic Council, which is China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and India. Now, while yesterday we talked about how BRICS countries could extend their cooperation in this region. I think some of the big countries like Indonesia and others are far away, or Egypt. But apart from the general interest they would be having in terms of global warming and the impact on their agriculture, Egypt is extremely vulnerable to climate change. The only survival depends on the Nile River. If something happens there, then this ancient civilization will be in a very dangerous situation. But where the BRICS countries can play a role is two things. One, of course, is scientific interest in the whole issue of global warming. And as was mentioned, to what extent one should develop resources there in a sustainable manner. We can't have a discourse of sustainable development in the United Nations if it is also not reflected in sustainable exploitation and development of the Arctic regions. The second thing which would be helpful to Russia and to all of us would be that the BRICS countries, who will be more active in the Arctic Council, can actually strengthen Russia's political position. Because at the moment there is confrontation between Russia and the West, and the other countries in the Arctic Circle are all NATO countries. So just as BRICS wants to be a kind of buffer between the polarized situation that we are seeing in the world today, even in the Arctic Council, I think the BRICS countries, which have very good ties with Russia, would be quite effective in trying to be always constructive in discussions about what is happening there and the future. Now, for Russia, of course, the melting of the Arctic ice and the opening of the sea route is a huge opportunity. And as it happens, Russia dominates this area. Russia has always had problems of access to waters, whether warm or cold. And in this case, with the opening of the northern sea route, a major strategic problem that Russia has faced throughout history would be alleviated. But of course, as I mentioned earlier, and I could repeat that whatever happens in that region has to be controlled. And because there are repercussions for all the other countries, especially the island countries. We have a large coast ourselves, as we said, but you look at Maldives or the Pacific Island states, they're extremely vulnerable to climate change. Finally, we have interest in this region because, as was discussed yesterday also, in this larger Arctic region, because we are investing a lot in this area in hydrocarbons. And we have this project of linking Vladivostok to Chennai, this economic corridor. And it will get linked to developments in the Arctic, in the hydrocarbon field and other raw materials. So that is more or less what I thought I would say. And the final point, of course, is that there is a huge difference in the governance of the Arctic and the Antarctic. In the Arctic area, there is exercise of sovereignty. In the Antarctic, there is no exercise of sovereignty. So we have to deal with the whole issue of developments in the Arctic from the viewpoint of countries which are exercising sovereignty, and how the countries which are not exercising sovereignty but have deep interests, collective interests of humanity, have to also play a role, and their role should be acknowledged. And given the state of relations between India and Russia, which are excellent, I think there's huge prospects of working together in this area. We have traditionally worked with Norway, but I think we should strengthen our bilateral cooperation with Russia in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Kim Borisov to please deliver his remarks. Thank you. Over to you.
Namaskar, dear colleagues and friends. It's an honor for me to greet you at the plenary session of the Forum Connecting North and South for Sustainable Development. Today we have gathered here to discuss key issues of sustainable development, cooperation and implementation of innovative technologies in Russia and India, as well as the role of international platforms such as BRICS, the Northern Forum, and other organizations is strengthening interregional cooperation and creating long-term development strategies. Sakha Republic is the largest region of Russia, which has rich natural resources and prospects for international cooperation. Yakutia is a leader in diamond mining, oil and gas transportation via the power of Siberia and Eastern Siberia Pacific Ocean pipelines, and is also a center of creative industries and an exporter of IT services in the Far East. The advantage of create a solid basis for cooperation with partners from other countries, including projects in the precious stone processing, timber processing, and joint development of renewable energy sources. Since 1991, Northern Forum has become an important platform for exchanging best practices and issues related to climate change, social and economic development, as well as processing cultural heritage of indigenous people. An important step was the creation of Russia-Asian Arctic Research Consortium, jointly with Northern Eastern Federal University. The consortium unites leading scientific and educational organizations of Russia, India, China, and Indonesia, and aims to develop solutions in the fields of sustainable development of the Arctic, studying climate change and implementing promising economic projects. Our cooperation with India is a vivid example of how interregional ties can serve as a powerful engine of development. In 1993, trade turnover between Yakutia and India rose to 679 million rubles, showing an increase of 17.9%. Diamond, coal, and jewelry became the key export items. With the aim of further develop cooperation in the field of jewelry, the jewelry and cutting cluster of the Yakutia Priority Development Area is offered to Indian residents companies opening their production in the territory of the priority development areas are provided with a preferential tax regime. In addition to trade, culture is a vital component of the cooperation between Republic Sakha and India. These two regions share long-standing and strong cultural traditions, which are reflected in joint projects and festivals. A notable example is the International Festival of UNESCO Master Prizes of the Land of Olonho, held in Republic Sakha-Yakutia. The renewed Sanskrit theater Kutiyatam from India participated in this twice. A special place in a cultural dialogue was taken by the play Shakuntala by the Olonho Theater, based on the work of the greatest Kalidasa. This production made a profound impression on Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and became an example of strengthening cultural interaction. Additionally, with the support of the Consulate General of India in Vladivostok, cultural events aimed at fostering friendship between our countries are regularly held in Yakutsk. The International Day of Yoga is celebrated annually in the Republic, attracting numerous participants and promoting the popularity of this ancient Indian practice. Yakutsk also hosts Indian film festivals, introducing audiences to the rich heritage and contemporary achievement of Indian cinema. We also pay particular attention to the development of interregional ties. Signing the agreement of cooperation between Yakutia and the state of Gujarat will be an important step towards strengthening our partnership. It is also important to establish sister city ties between the cities of Yakutsk, the capital of Diamond region of Russia, and Surat, the diamond capital of India, facilitating the exchange of delegations and the organizations of joint events in the fields of tourism, culture, and enterpreneurship. Educational cooperation also remains an important field. The Northeastern Federal University actively develops ties with Indian universities, participated in international educational summits, and organizes student and teacher exchanges. More than 300 foreign students from various countries, including India, are currently studying at Nehru. We support initiatives to create double degree programs, scientific grants, and joint research projects, including in the field of biomedicine, climatology, and Arctic technologies. The Indian Culture and Information Center also operates at the Northeastern Federal University. NEFU has established partnership with Adamas University, and it is in process of the developing cooperation with Jawaharlal Nehru University. In addition, we see high potential in pharmaceuticals, medicine, biotechnology, and logistics. Developing exchange of experience in the field of high medical technologies, drug production, and organization of primary health care can become an important milestone and cooperation between our regions in regions India. As one of the world leaders in the production of drugs and medical equipment is already actively presented in Yakutia. The Indian drugstore chain Roslek, which provides residents with high quality and affordable medicines, as well as the Indian good store Gang, which promotes Indian culture and traditional products, are successfully operating in the Yakutia. Dear friends, we have a common task to create conditions for sustainable development where the North and South complement each other, combining their strengths. Yakutia is a leader in international cooperation on the Arctic agenda. It's ready to be a reliable partner for India and other countries in implementing long-term strategies. Joint efforts within the frameworks of BRICS, the Northern Forum, and other international platforms will lead us to common well-being and prosperity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the conclusion of our plenary session. I thank our esteemed panelists for sharing their valuable insights and expertise with us today. We are already running behind schedule, so we'll break for a short coffee break, and we'll be reconvening at 11:10. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. The team.
Yes, good morning. So we will now begin with the first session of today, which is titled Scientific Cooperation for the Future, Challenges and Prospects for Research in Arctic. For the first session, I would already have on diet the moderator, Dr. Uttam Kumar Sinha, Senior Fellow, Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. I would also like to welcome all the speakers for this session. Dr. Rasik Ravindra, presently Chair, INSA National Committee for Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research. Mr. Roman Kuchin, Rector, Yugra State University, Co-Chair, Russian Asian Consortium of Arctic Research. Dr. Manish Tiwari, Group Director, Arctic Operations, Co-Chair, Russian Asian Consortium and Ocean Research. He will be joining us online. Then we have Ms. Irina Stelninkova, Associate Professor, National Research University, HSC University, Russia. We also have on dais Dr. Anu Gopinath, Professor and Head, Kerala University of Fisheries and Ocean Studies, India. Mr. Yuri Zaharinsky, Deputy Chairman of the Committee on Natural Resources and Ecology of the Legislative Assembly of the Krasnoyarsk Krai territory. Ms. Sherry Goodman, Senior Fellow, Polar Institute and Environmental Change and Security. Moderator Dr. Uttam Kumar Sinha has recorded a video interview with Ms. Goodman, which will be played on the screen during the session. Lastly, we have Ms. Nazdeha Kharlampeva, Associate Professor, Department of World Politics, St. Petersburg University. For detailed profiles of moderator and speakers, you may refer to the QR code that has been given to you. And I would request all the speakers to adhere to the time limit allocated to them. And I now hand over the floor to the moderator. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the opening session of this very important dialogue that we are having with the Northern Forum. It's a Herculean task for me really to moderate and manage this very wide panel of 8 speakers. 6 are on the dais, 1 is online, and 1 has a recorded interview. I think we had a very instructive opening session. We got to know a lot about the Arctic. One thing that struck me is that whatever happens in the Arctic does not stay there. And whatever happens elsewhere also impacts the Arctic. So there is this interconnectedness of the Arctic which we should factor in. One of the purpose of this session, I think, is to really bring out and explore 3 important elements of this North-South collaboration. First is to explore the evolving landscape of Arctic governance. I think governance is a key word here in how we look at the Arctic in the future. Second, the role of diplomacy and scientific collaboration. And here I would like to emphasize that we have to really study science in diplomacy, not just science for diplomacy, but science in diplomacy when we really sort of excavate the Arctic. And the third point I think the speakers would probably like to highlight would be the challenges and opportunity in fostering fair and effective international cooperation. And I think it was Putin who in the last BRICS summit in Kazan emphasized on the fair world order and not just a rule-based world order. So with this, let me then commence this session. And I would like first Mr. Rasik Ravindra to take the floor. Mr. Ravindra, 8 minutes, I plead that you stick to the time. Thank you. For details on Mr. Ravindra, look at the can and see his designation.
May I start, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, may I start? Very good morning to all. I'll begin with saying that what our moderator said, what happens in Arctic doesn't stay there. In fact, what happens in poles, both Arctic and Antarctic, doesn't stay there. And also what happens in the equatorial regions doesn't stand there also, because the polar or the equatorial warm pool, it is gradually shifting towards the poles. So it's a two-way traffic. The Arctic is crucial to the global ecosystem, as all of you know, because of the depleting sea ice, rising temperatures, loss of permafrost, changes in the marine biogeochemical systems. And most of these things we do not understand in fully what happens in the Arctic Ocean when the new nutrients, because of the melting of the ice, whether it is sea ice or it is land ice, what different components are thrown into the water, and they go down because of the depth of the cold water is heavy. The cold water is heavy, it sinks down. So what happens to the marine cycle, marine geochemical cycle? It is not well fully established. The temperatures in the Arctic are increasing. Everyone knows that. It needs no further explanation. And you can see here the temperature as late as February 2025. What is the difference between the anomaly? On the one side is a normal scenario, and the other side, you see how the anomaly is shown. That the entire Arctic seems to be heated, as Ambassador Sibal said in the morning, it's 3 times warmer than the entire globe. Now here, you can also appreciate that most of this, the global warming is caused by the anthropogenic activity. That is, what we do here in the tropics or elsewhere, that is contributing to the Arctic warmth. And here is the graph you can see and appreciate that if you remove the anthropogenic activity, the activities of the human being, then possibly the rise would not have been so much. And what is the net result of this is the depleting sea ice in the Arctic Ocean. And when the ice depletes in the ocean, what happens? It gives rise to Arctic amplification. That means the rise in the temperature in the Arctic, and that has consequences, in fact, very serious consequences. Because of this, many parameters of the sea ice temperatures, they change, the ocean buoyancy changes, and it causes extreme events in the lower latitudes like India and others. Our summer rainfall gets impacted. Some of the alarm bells that were raised by the IPCC were that the heat waves will be increasing, the annual summer and the monsoon precipitation will increase, the extremes will be more, glacial runoff from the Himalayas will be more, and then subsequently it will stop because there will be no glaciers, they will be depleting very totally. And the Arctic ice will totally get depleted by, say, 2030, or some estimates say 2050, still debated, but Arctic Ocean is going to be ice-free. And once it becomes ice-free, because of the albedo, what will happen? Because the entire heat will be absorbed by the ocean. The ice plays a catalytic role because it reflects back the heat. When the ice is not there, the entire ocean will absorb the heat and the sea ice will be gone. The temperature will rise and it will again impact the Arctic amplification. Coming to what we have been doing in the Arctic, as Mr. Sibal was saying in the morning, in fact, possibly our sources are the same. We started in 2007 and 8. In fact, I was the person who went there and had an agreement with Kings Bay, the company that manages Nielsen Station, to sign a MOU between the India and the Kings Bay company to manage a station. And then we took on lease one of their heritage building, the school building they call it, and we established the Indian permanent station called Himadri. And then subsequently, Mr. Kapil Sibal, the then minister, went there, and we had since then a permanent station over there. Till 2022, we only used to have it in the summer. Subsequently, in 2023 onwards, we started wintering also, staying there during winters also. And till now, more than 300 researchers from India have already participated. There are more than 100 publications. And in fact, we are one of the biggest, by volume, you can say, the people who publish papers on biogeochemistry, on atmospheric sciences, and on parameterization of glaciers and comparing the Arctic glaciers with the Himalayan glaciers. The teleconnections has been talked so many times because there are several indications, and in fact, it has been proved that the Arctic implication has got some telecommunication with the Indian summer rainfall monsoons, which basically affects the Indian agriculture system. And so a lot of research is going on this practical aspect. The past history of Arctic, Antarctic, and Himalayas is being judged by the cores that we take from different lakes, whether it is in the Arctic or Antarctic. And these sediment cores, or ice cores, in fact, they tell us a lot of information about paleoclimate, what was happening previously. You'll be surprised to note that about 2 million years back, we were practically in the same situation as we have now. The carbon dioxide was about 400 ppm that we are now, and the temperatures are more or less like that. The global warming was there, and the glaciers were melting. That's what we are going through now. Coming in detail about the glaciers, you see this is one of the glaciers that we monitor in collaboration with Geological Survey of India and the Norwegian Polar Institute. The glacier is over there, and you can see it's called Vestre Brogren Glacier. And how does this glacier move or recede during the summer? What is the snow accumulation? What is the depth of the glacier? what is the thickness, how thickness is getting impacted, because when ablation is there, when glacier melts, it has two-way factor. Its front gets receded and its thickness gets reduced. So ultimately, you find out the mass balance of the glacier, how much ice or how much water it contains, and how much depleting it's getting over the time. What we do is we put different stakes, bamboo stakes, and then we measure it, how much it is getting accumulated, the snow during the winters, how much it is getting exposed during the winters. We find out the net area of accumulation. We also have the data on the depth, the subsurface profile through the ground penetrating radar, and then we calculate how much mass is getting lost or it is added. We have been doing some research in the different areas. Permafrost is also one of the very strong area because, Arctic permafrost is very well known. In the Arc was again a system that was referred by my previous speakers. This is nothing but a system where we access the sensors. We have put sensors deep into the Arctic fjord, Kongsfjord system in the Svalbard area, very close to the Nielsen. And we have sensors at different depths, 25 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, like that. And we monitor different parameters. How does this heat temperature difference takes place during all these vertical section of the fjord? And what is the impact of cold water? Biogeochemistry, or how does the marine life get impacted? We also measure the noise. There are 3 different types of the noise that are in the fjord, because of the ships, because of the marine life. And we also record those noises. And then it has got some impact on the marine life. So it's being recorded, as you can see over here. What is the future perspective? Have I another 2 minutes? Yes. Yes, I'll be doing that. As it was told, the Arctic is very rich in all the natural resources, huge fuel and other metals, huge biodiversity, and of course, the local population. We are having an international cooperation with Canadian High Arctic. We have there has a station there. We are going there. The last 2 seasons we have been doing there. The Norwegian Polar Institute, we have a cooperation with the Greenland. And also we have a good relations with the RE. And in fact, about 20 years back, we had one ILTP, integrated long-term planning between the Russia and India. And we had an opportunity to have, to visit the RE and see what India and the Russia could do together. This is from the Canadian station CHAS. And this station, it holds a lot of promise for the partnership between India and Russia, because this is the station which is one of the largest in the Arctic region, and it does research in most of the fields that we are interested in, practically the permafrost and the cycle of the permafrost over there. Now, these are the potential fields of collaboration: reconstruction of the past climate using ice cores, sediment cores, observing system, mood profilers, autonomous underwater vehicles, joint cruises, climate reference stations, greenhouse and aerosol, sea ice modeling, and permafrost cycle. These are the few areas where possibly we can do research in the Russian station over there. And because India does, as of now, we don't have a working platform in Russia. We have in Canadian station, we have in Norwegian. So if this place is made available to us, possibly both of these, India and Russia, can gain. And I think I finish over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindran. I think you make this very strong point that the climate systems bring in interconnectedness as never seen before. And there is no country or no space or place in this world which is not connected through climate systems. So that is one very important point. Secondly, I think it's important to look at India as a tripolar country. Our interest in Antarctica, our interest in Arctic, and our interest in the Himalayan region. I think the tripolar nation as a concept to emphasize India's role and understanding of this climate system is equally important. Let me now invite Roman Kuchin to come to the floor and give his thoughts.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники конференции. От лица Ракаи, как сопредседатель, приветствую вас на этом мероприятии. И разрешите представить вашему вниманию доклад о методах цифровой обработки режимных параметров в электроэнергетических системах. Сегодня Индия является третьей по величине страной-производителем и второй по величине страной-потребителем электрической энергии в мире. Также она располагает как надежными классическими способами выработки энергии, так и включает очень большое количество сегодня альтернативных источников энергии. Например, по величине производства энергии ветра занимает 5-е место в мире и по солнечной энергетике 4-е. Все это требует особого подхода в цифровизации процессов, во включении в общую систему энергоснабжения различных источников энергетики. И вот буквально недавно в Нью-Дели 11 февраля 2025 года стартовала Индийская энергетическая неделя. В ходе открытия мероприятия премьер-министр республики Нарендра Моди представил амбициозную стратегию развития энергосектора. К 2030 году планируется увеличить мощности по возобновляемой энергии на 500 гигаватт и ежегодно производить 5 миллионов тонн зеленого водорода. Действительно, это очень важное направление, потому что сейчас энергетические запросы во всех странах увеличиваются геометрической прогрессией. То, что касается региона, в котором мы проживаем, то мы тоже сегодня занимаем передовые места в России по производству и потреблению электрической энергии. И это связано с большой нефтедобычей в регионе. И сегодня существует запрос от наших индустриальных партнеров по цифровизации данного направления деятельности для того, чтобы оптимизировать работу нашей сети в регионе. И у нас также присутствуют различные способы получения энергии в Ханты-Мансийском автономном округе. Сегодня у нас функционирует 56 электростанций общей мощностью 14 гигаватт, подключенные к единой энергосистеме. Самые 5 крупнейших электростанций также находятся в регионе. Это Сургутская ГРЭС, это Сургутская ГРЭС-2, Нижневартовская, Нягинская, Приобская. И 51 электростанция меньшей мощности. Мы располагаемся в очень рассредоточенном регионе. Многие территории нашего региона не способны получать энергию централизованно. Соответственно, у нас функционирует в регионе сегодня 30 небольших дизельных газотурбинных электростанций общей мощностью 59,6 мегаватта. Они не подключены к общей энергосистеме и обеспечивают энергоснабжение малых городов и поселений, изолированных пунктов и предприятий нефтегазодобычи. Также перед нашим регионом стоит задача увеличить долю возобновляемой генерации для электроснабжения изолированных регионов. Все это находит отражение в реализации наших образовательных программ. По направлению электроэнергетика у нас присутствует вся иерархия возможностей для студентов. Это программы бакалавриата, это программы магистратуры, аспирантуры. Сейчас мы ведем работу по открытию докторского совета по данному направлению подготовки. В образовательную деятельность интегрированы проектные инициативы наших предприятий, индустриальных партнеров, которые на практике реализуются нашими студентами, и полученные в реализации этих проектов учебных результаты интегрируются в деятельность предприятий, в том числе и малой генерации энергии. Значит, в Югре с 2018 года вырабатывается электричество и путем внедрения способа получения солнечными батареями. Сегодня в некоторых поселках существуют гибридные электростанции, которые используют энергию солнца, дизель-генераторы, и требуется цифровизация процессов оптимизации работы этих совместных гибридных электростанций. С 2018 по 2024 год в регионе с помощью энергии солнца выработано 570 тысяч киловатт-час электричества. Синхронизация и гибридное взаимодействие данных установок позволили у нас в регионе сэкономить порядка 10 миллионов рублей, более 166 тысяч тонн дизельного топлива и также снизить выбросы углекислого газа в атмосферу более чем на 522 тонны. Но для поглощения такого объема углекислого газа нужно было бы высадить порядка 516 гектар леса. Сегодня в Югорском университете проводятся исследования по многокритериальной оптимизации конфигурации электрической сети в условиях рассредоточенной нагрузки на резко неоднородном ландшафте, поиск рациональной трассы линии электропередач, связывающих пункты генерации и потребления электроэнергии, поиск оптимальных схем соединения пунктов электрохозяйства. И также все исследования направлены на развитие микросетей с интеграцией информационных технологических процессов в конкретном взятом регионе. Также проводится исследование по повышению пропускной способности электрических сетей и также проводятся исследования по модификации методов определения присоединения с однофазным замыканием на Землю в сети в 6 киловольт, а именно информация представлена на слайде. Поэтому у наших регионов есть совместные интересы в области энергетики. Мы готовы сотрудничать в этом направлении в рамках РАКА и Югорский университет в том числе. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kuchin. And sorry, as moderator, I have to once and now, ring this bell. It's not the best thing to do, but there is a paucity of time. I think you bring out a very interesting point that regions like yours need to seek mutual cooperation with countries like us, which is moving towards a green transition period with great emphasis on the renewable. So these are great spaces for cooperation that we need to really focus on. The third speaker for this session is one who will come online, and his name is Manish Tiwari.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So I will try to share my presentation. Just a second. Okay. So is my presentation now visible?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you. First of all, thank you to the organizers for inviting me, giving me a chance to present our work. And sorry, I could not make there because I was busy in other meetings till late evening yesterday. So today I will be presenting before you about India's Arctic program, the scientific rationale behind it, and the way forward. Our ex-director, Rasik sir, is already sitting there, and he has made my job easier by telling you about our various activities. So I will be giving you some hard facts and hard data to support those arguments. Now, this picture fascinates me, which shows the global population density. As you can see, most of the population is concentrated in the tropics, especially in the monsoon-dominated regions of East Asia, South Asia, China, India, etc. But the impact of climate change, global warming, that is the most happening is in the polar regions, in Arctic and Antarctica. The temperature there rising almost 3 to 4 times more than the global average. So how this climate change, which is happening in polar region, impacts the human population living in monsoon-dominated region is the scientific rationale why we are interested in studying Arctic and Antarctica. Now, okay, so there are basically two reasons we want to study Arctic. The first is Arctic acts as a global thermometer. When we want to check the temperature of body, we put the thermometer at a place where we get the maximum temperature, where we can detect the maximum impact of temperature. The same thing is happening at Arctic. Because of the Arctic amplification or polar amplification that Vasilev mentioned, the temperature there is increasing 4 times more than the global average. So if we want to study how global warming is going to impact our planet and how our planet is going to respond to it, the Arctic is the best place to study it. Now, the other aspect is that near Arctic is the place, if you can see near southern Greenland, next to Iceland, there a very major water mass of Earth forms, which drives the thermohaline circulation or AMOC, Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. Now, this circulation transfer heats all over the globe. So when people say that what happens in Arctic doesn't stay in Arctic, so this is the pathway through which the changes in Arctic and Antarctica, Southern Ocean their changes travel all over the globe through this thermohaline circulation. Now, studies are already there which have shown that this thermohaline circulation is weakening. And once this thermohaline circulation weakens, the global climate will fall off a threshold and there will be major climatic changes which countries are not prepared for. The Europe, which is experiencing very mild climate now, will undergo a very cold and very severe climate change. So that is why Arctic is very important, because it can influence the thermohaline circulation. And the second important point, or the second reason why India is interested in studying Arctic scientifically, is the Arctic monsoon teleconnections. There have been several studies, I will show you some examples, which show that there are atmospheric bridges and oceanic tunnels which affect Indian monsoon. So these are the examples of those studies where this paper, for example, came a few years back from NCPR, in which Dr. Ravichandran is also one of the authors, where they show that whenever there is lower Arctic sea ice, there are more numbers of extreme monsoon rainfall events. Now we have been hearing in news a lot that there was devastating floods and devastating rainfall in Himalayas and even in Rajasthan and Gujarat. So all those things have implications. All those things can be linked to global warming, and it can be linked to the Arctic sea ice concentrations. And now, as Rasisa earlier said, that it is a two-way street. So whatever is happening in tropics also influences Arctic. So this paper, for example, shows that when there is intense monsoon, intense rainfall events in India, the heat released is transferred to the Arctic within few days. Now, those were observation data. Now, we have done modeling studies also at NCPR. And modeling studies also show that in a warming Arctic, lower sea ice concentration, the rainfall is going to increase. And it is going to increase in those areas which are not accustomed to those increased rainfall, causing more devastation. And there is another study from NCPR which has shown that a warming Arctic causes more cyclogenesis, that more cyclones are expected to form in Arabian Sea, in Bay of Bengal, because of warming Arctic and lower sea ice. And this is my research, which shows you that not only today, but it has happened in the past. Rasik sir mentioned about 3 million years ago when the CO2 was as high as today or even higher than present. So we have found that during those millions of years ago, the period known as mid-Pliocene warm period, whenever there was a warmer period, we had lower sea ice and we had stronger Indian monsoon. So this connection between Arctic and monsoon is established on basis of observation data, on basis of modeling data, on basis of paleoclimate data. Now, our next goal is to input these findings into forecasting the monsoon, that how Arctic, to quantify that how much Arctic sea ice loss is affecting the monsoons. So this explains our scientific rationale. And let me show you this slide. That when Indian Arctic program began, Rasik sir mentioned that he was the one who did that MOU and took the first team to Arctic. So this is the picture from that first visit to Arctic. And in the center, you can see the Rasik sir sitting with you on dais. And it started almost in 2007, 2008. And till now, we have done 15 expeditions. And our focus has been marine science, atmospheric science, environmental sciences, geosciences, cryospheric studies, and now space sciences also we have started since last 2 years when we started wintering. So I joined Arctic Group around 2 years back in 2023. And the first thing I did to start was the wintering in Arctic, which is polar nights. It is 24-hour darkness and the temperatures are very cold. I don't have to tell this audience how cold it may be. So, but from 2023 onward, this is the picture of that launching which took place in New Delhi. You can see the then Minister Kiran Rijiju, who flagged off the first expedition, winter expedition. And now we are in Arctic 300 days, which is almost double than what previously we used to go only during summer. We are now going during winter also. So there has been 100% growth. Now, let me come to the way forward, the other part of my talk. And the Arctic is a huge expanse. So one country cannot cover it, and one point data cannot cover it. We need data from various points, various locations of the Arctic to understand it holistically. That is why India and NCPR believes in cooperation and collaboration. And for that, we have done various MOUs and memorandums of cooperation with various institutes all over the world, including the Norwegian Polar Institute, Norway, then Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute, Russia, Polar Knowledge, Canada, Kings Bay, Norway, AVI, Alfred Wegener Institute, Germany, NIPR, National Institute of Polar Research, Japan. Then we have Norwegian University of Science and Technology, Norway. And recently we had, in fact, one MOU with United Arab Emirates Polar Program. So people are interested in studying Arctic and they want to collaborate, and that is the only way forward. So now I would show you some examples of the collaboration, cooperation things, what the programs we have taken under this cooperation. So this shows one of the cruises in which we participated in Central Arctic Ocean with the help of COPRI, which is Korea Ocean Polar Research Institute, with the help of South Korea. And so India has the station in New Alicent, which is a land-based station. We have access to the fjord. But when we want to study, but most of the Arctic is deep ocean. So if we want to study Arctic, we need such icebreakers. And currently India lacks a icebreaker. We are in the process of building it, but we are not yet there. So we are collaborating with such countries who have icebreakers, and we are accessing Indian Ocean, the Arctic Ocean. So we are very open to collaboration, who can provide us support in the form of icebreakers. Then another cruise, such a cruise took place in 2022, which was with the help of Norwegian Polar Institute on board RV Kronprins Haakon. And during this cruise, this team went up to the North Pole. And 2 of the Indian scientists participated in this cruise, and they went up to North Pole, very lucky people. And then again in 2023, we again participated in collaboration with Norwegian Polar Institute in a cruise in Fram Strait. This is our cooperation with Canada, which already Rasik sir mentioned. Our team has gone to Canadian High Arctic Research Station in Cambridge Bay. It is located in this region. And our team visited there in 2023 and 2024. They are mostly focusing on microbiology research, permafrost research.
Manish, can you conclude, please?
Yeah, I'm just about to finish. And apart from that, we are also sharing our infrastructure with other countries. So for example, this is our collaboration with Lehigh University of USA, where we are allowing their researchers to come and stay in our research station. This is another with the Greenland. And this is another large project which we did studying the past, which the data I had shown. And India is also a member of various Arctic forums, which already the previous speakers have already informed. So with this, I would finish that our vision for future Arctic is cooperation and collaboration, building credible partnership with countries interested in Arctic research, sharing research facilities and infrastructure, contribute to solving global issues through large projects, and facilitate student, academic, and professional exchanges. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Manish Tiwari. Thank you for highlighting India's scientific endeavors and also India's various level of collaboration with various scientific institutions around the world. For those who do not know, the NCPOR is now the Polar and Ocean Research Institute. Earlier, it was just the Antarctic and Ocean Research. So now we are emphasizing both the South, the Antarctic, and the North, the Arctic. So we have also changed our way of looking at the poles. Let me now invite the next speaker, Irina Strelnikova, from the Higher Secondary Education University, Moscow, Russia. 8 minutes, Irina.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm from High School of Economics from Moscow, and I would like to see my presentation if possible. English. Dear colleagues, could you please start my presentation? Yes, thank you so much. It's a pleasure and honor to be here today. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much, Via, for this wonderful organization and, of course, for the Northern Forum. And today I would like to share with you some of my findings related to promising areas and prospects of Russian-Indian scientific and technological cooperation in the Arctic. So my plan is to start with the role of science and technology in international cooperation with non-Arctic states, then look at priorities and goals of Russia's Arctic policy from this perspective, then compare what we have in common if we look at India's Arctic policy, and then come to the conclusion of what are the most promising areas and scientific projects for cooperation between our countries. I mean, between Russia and India, not only Indian-Canadian cooperation, Indian-Norwegian, but my focus mainly on Indian-Russian cooperation. As for the Arctic science and technology, I think that the role of this is really, really great, because Arctic region is really very important, not only for Arctic countries, but both for non-Arctic countries as well. We have many challenges in the Arctic region, and those challenges that we have, such as, for example, climate change, ice glaciers melting, and so on, may affect security, water security, food security, not only Arctic states, but also non-Arctic states as well. And those challenges that we have in the Arctic region, we can solve and we can try somehow to manage with the role and with the help of science and technology. And on the next slide, we can see our main challenges and how can we manage these challenges, how can we solve these challenges using new technologies and using the role of science, of course. For example, of course, our main challenges is climate and extreme weather conditions, including low temperatures, strong winds, and so on, may affect our infrastructure projects in the Arctic. So we can try to to invent new programs, to invent new monitoring systems for climate change in order to somehow to mitigate these challenges. Let's look at our priorities of Russia's Arctic policy. And of course, for us, for Russia, Arctic is a priority for the for the whole 21st century. We are the only one Arctic state in BRICS, and of course we are a member of the Arctic Council. And if we look at our Arctic strategy, it was adopted in 2020, and we have quite many key directions of our Arctic policy. Among them, for example, development of social sphere, economic development, including industrial modernization, of course, development of different infrastructure projects such as Northern Sea Route, and support for science and technology development, environmental protection, and finally, international cooperation. And moreover, our concept of external policy of the Russian Federation emphasize that it's really important for Russia to cooperate with non-Arctic states, especially with India. And one more promising area and a key priority for Russia is, of course, digitalization of the Russian Arctic. It is one of the directions that is mentioned also in our Arctic strategy. And our promising areas are trans-Arctic communication, digital modeling of production processes, climate goals, and other things. And also we have in our documents some digital projects that we would like to implement in our Arctic zone. So they are, for example, development of state environmental monitoring system in the Arctic, distant education processes and technologies, smart cities, integration of transport and logistics services in the framework of the Northern Sea Route, and so on. And here on the next slide, we can see all our priorities in the digital area in Arctic, and our also priority areas for cooperation with non-Arctic states and with India in this area. And let's look at Indian side. Let's look at priorities and goals of India's Arctic policy from the scientific and technological point of view. And of course, India has long been interested in the Arctic region. India since 2013 is an observer in the Arctic Council, and in March 2022, Indian Arctic Arctic strategy was adopted, so-called India's Arctic Mission, and we can see 6 main priorities in this document. And the first one is science and research, and it includes science and space technology. So for us, this is really important. And if we look at the history of India's Arctic research, it was already mentioned that India signed Paris Treaty or Svalbard Treaty in 1920, and then India conducted many, as far as I know, at least 13 Arctic expeditions, established several research bases and centers, especially in Svalbard. So India has a long history in this area as well. And if we look at the priority number 1 in India's Arctic strategy, it's training India's research and space technology in the Arctic. It means, for example, to conduct interdisciplinary research, including international research, to do monitoring and assessment of climate change in the Arctic, to carry out different Arctic expeditions. And what is also very important for us, for our future cooperation, also India is ready to develop facilities for establishing services in the Arctic related to telecommunications and connectivity, maritime safety and navigation, search and rescue, climate modeling, environmental monitoring, and sustainable management in marine resources. And of course, India has a wonderful expertise in satellite navigation, in satellites as well. And India is ready to share its experience in providing effective satellite-enabled communications and digital connectivity in the Arctic. So for us, this area is also very, very important. And here on the slide, we can see the same India's Arctic priorities in digitalization and areas where can we collaborate quite effectively. And finally, let's look at our promising areas in the framework of scientific projects that we already have, or in future, for example. So first of all, I would like to mention that if we look at our joint statements between Russia and India, so in each of this document, we can see the reference to the cooperation in the Arctic region. Since at least 2015, up to the last joint statement, we can see, for example, the importance of cooperation in scientific and research area, the importance of cooperation in the climate research, the importance of cooperation in Arctic region in general. And finally, our last joint statement of the last year, we signed a special memorandum of cooperation in the area of scientific and educational and academic mobility, and also cooperation in the Far East and in the Arctic. So if we look at key areas of Russian-Indian cooperation, so there are Arctic resource development, transport and logistics, tourism, and of course, science and education. And finally, what are the main options can we use, and what are the main options we have with Russia and India in this area? So we can launch joint projects in Arctic meteorological and atmospheric measurements, climate change studies, sea ice studies, and so on. We also can intensify our cooperation within the Russian Asian Arctic Research Consortium, and we can launch our cooperation, we can start our cooperation in several quite interesting projects. So they are, first of all, I would like to mention a new project, absolutely new project, Ice Base of the Russian Geographical Society. It is planned to be launched in April 2026. It is planned to be constructed as a polar drifting station, and where in the framework of this station, we can do different research projects, especially related to climate change, to ice monitoring, and so on and so forth. So we can go from Murmansk there or from Krasnoyarsk there. And also, yes, I'm finishing. Also, this base might be quite interesting platform for the discussions, especially with BRICS countries, of course. So the next option is to cooperate in the framework of Arctic Floating University. It's a quite interesting project. Our first expedition was in 2012. So this means that it's innovative educational project with young scientists where they can do their research in the high north conditions and listen different lectures from the lecturers. And I was happy to take part there in 2023. Number 3 is ice resistance platform North Pole, and that's important. It's our totally new innovative vessel for research. It was contracted like polar drifting station, but not on the ice, but using a special vessel. It has 15 scientific laboratories, the ice class Arc 5, fuel capacity about 2 years, and the first expedition started in 2022, and last year it was the second expedition. And what is the most important point, that last year it was agreed between our Arctic and Antarctic University and Indian Polar Center to organize common expedition, common project in the framework of this platform. And the last option for cooperation that I would like to mention today is cooperation in the framework of Snowflake International Arctic Station. So this is unique station, year-round and fully energetically autonomous complex based on renewable energy sources and hydrogen energy, because now it's really important topic for cooperation as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Irina. That was very informative. I think you brought out the convergences in Russia's strategy for Arctic development and India's own Arctic policy. So thank you for bringing those points. But I have a point maybe you would like to look at. What about the permafrost sort of scientific collaboration with Russia and India in the future? Because the permafrost is going to be a very important element. given the climate change and the global warming, you'll see Russia having vast stretches of the permafrost. And our own permafrost in the Himalayas will undergo a lot of changes. So I think that scientific understanding of how the permafrost is impacting things will also be very important. So thank you very much for highlighting these convergences. Let me now call on the next speaker to my left, Anu Gopinath. Anu? 8 minutes, Anu. Thank you. That was very nice. Very good. You know, it's very good. And
Wait.
Good morning. So I'll be topping on the topic science diplomacy and the Arctic, the need for international science collaboration. Okay, I think this is not the first slide. Is this the first slide?
doesn't look like.
So coming to the environmental issues in the Arctic, as we all know, the Arctic is is undergoing an increase in this climatic events, especially temperature rise, what we call as the Arctic amplification, which is approximately 4 times higher than the rest of the world. And along with this amplification, we have already seen the consequences like the decrease in this sea ice, which has already been reported by several studies. And along with that, there are 3 major environmental issues that the Arctic is presently facing. See, the first one is the climate change. The second one is the changes in this biological diversity. And the third one is the accumulation of the toxic substances in the Arctic. Actually, this is, can you just, actually, this is not the second slide.
Let's go back. Go back.
So what are the threats, actually the major threats from this climate crisis in the Arctic? So one that we have already seen, the sea ice is actually decreasing, and associated with this decrease in the sea ice, we are going to face a lot of issues related to this biodiversity issues in the Arctic. That is especially the risk for the marine life, and also it is going to threaten the Arctic wildlife to a greater extent. So another major issue that is associated with this climatic issue is the thawing of this permafrost. So that the thawing of this permafrost is actually going to release a good amount of this greenhouse gases, especially the release of this methane into the Arctic. So this thawing of this permafrost and this release of this methane is actually going to warm the Arctic, or it is going to increase the global warming to a greater extent. So this is one of the schematic diagrams that we have developed as part of one of our publications, which is under now review. So in this, actually, you can see what are the climate change events, and how this climate change event is actually going to change the ocean circulations within the Arctic region, and how it is going to affect the atmospheric circulation, and how it is going to introduce a lot of contaminants as well as pollutants into the Arctic, even from the lower latitude. So we have already seen that what is actually happening in the Arctic will not stay in the Arctic. At the same time, we have to understand that whatever is happening there in the rest of the world, especially in the lower latitude, and what all things that we emit into the atmosphere. So as a result of this climatic conditions, changing climatic conditions, through this atmospheric transportation and also through this oceanic currents, it is going to be introduced into the Arctic. So once it reaches the Arctic, so what is actually going to happen is that we know that Arctic is actually having a very cold climate. So once you introduce these climates into this cold environments, depending upon the chemistry of these chemicals that we are introducing into the Arctic, there is every possibility that they will get deposited in this cold environment. So what are the major issues of this environmental contaminations that Arctic is facing now is that the first one is the issues related to the plastic pollution, whether it is macroplastic pollution or the microplastic pollution. That is a very serious threat, along with the emerging contaminants issue, which are already associated with the plastics, is a very serious issue as far as the Arctic is concerned. And secondly, this is also again from one of our paper, which is under communication. So we have seen presence of this microplastics and also some very important persistent organic pollutants, which are very common in the tropical regions, which are being deposited in the Arctic itself. So there is evidence, very clear evidence that whatever is happening in the case of this climate change, definitely the oceanic currents as well as this atmospheric circulation that is playing a very important role in the transportation of these contaminants into the Arctic, and they are getting settled into the Arctic. So actually, Arctic is actually what we call as Arctic as a ticking time bomb, because this methane emission is actually a very important concern as far as this thawing of this permafrost is concerned. And the studies actually, what we have to understand is that this Arctic methane is actually underestimated in the current carbon budgets globally. And we need more and more studies related to this carbon deposition, methane depositions, the greenhouse depositions within the permafrost, and how much is going to be released as a result of this thawing of this permafrost associated with this climate change events. Again, this is also one of our data that we have generated as part of a very recent expedition to Arctic in 2023 through NCPR. So there what we have seen is that we have done the methane analysis from the water samples, the surface water samples, the sediments, and also from the meltwater from the land in New Elsund. That is how much methane is actually present in the water and sediment, and also from this meltwater. So you can see that. So compared to the surface water samples of this Kongsfjorden and also in the sediments of this Kongsfjorden, you can see a much higher concentration of this methane, which is being reported from this meltwater. So that means the meltwaters are actually being bringing in a lot of methane, which is already preserved there in the permafrost. So what are the, coming to this future research prospects in the Arctic? So we have to be very much concerned about the changing trade routes, which is actually happening within the Arctic. So the primary Arctic sea routes are actually the Northern Sea Route, that is the NSR, the Transpolar Sea Route, and the Northwest Passage. So the Transpolar Sea Route, what we call as the future Central Arctic Route, it is actually also known as the Trans-Arctic Route, and it is actually connecting the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean, and it is the shortest route between Europe and Asia. And the Northwest Passage is actually a series of sea routes through the Canadian Arctic archipelago, and it is connecting the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. And coming to the third one, that is the Northern Sea Route. The Northern Sea Route is actually a shipping route that stretches across the Arctic Ocean, and it is connecting the Europe with the countries in the Asia-Pacific region. And one of the key advantage of this NSR is actually its potential to significantly shorten the shipping distance between Europe and Asia. So that is actually reducing the transit times as well as the coast also. also. So actually, there is a connection between this Arctic fjords and the northern sea route. See, the development of this northern sea route, even though it is actually shortening the connecting distance between Europe and Asia. So what happens is that once the route is being developed, it will have significant implications for the Arctic fjords in the future. So when you have this increased shipping activity through this NSR, so of course it is going to have this environmental pressures as far as the fjords as well as the other ecosystems are concerned. So there will be possibility of this pollution which may happen in the Arctic. There can be introduction of this invasive species and also other serious biodiversity aspect which may arise, and it needs is good collaborative research between the nations which are involved in this. So what is the relevance of Indian Arctic research to NSR? So as far as the India's Arctic research is concerned, we have already seen that India has already completed 15 Arctic expeditions. Now we are wintering in the Arctic also. So we have a series of projects in different disciplines, and now we started into the space science also. So that is one of the things is that the strategic positioning, and so that is the geopolitical influence that India will have. And the second one is the international collaboration. So we are already seeing that how India has gone ahead as far as the international collaboration, collaborative efforts in the Arctic is concerned. We have collaborations with Canada, then Russia, then Norway, and also we have we already have a well-established research station in the Arctic. The second one is the climate change insights, that is understanding the climate change dynamics, so that we have already established the teleconnections between the Arctic climate change and the Indian tropical monsoon. And the second one is the scientific collaboration. So where comes the need for this data sharing and resources? I think India is already doing a lot of work as far as the collaborative research with several Arctic state countries are concerned. And also we have technological innovation. So I think the last speaker also has mentioned that how India can contribute, that especially this ISRO can contribute to this Arctic research through the satellite observations that we have. And then we have the environmental stewardship, that is a role in the biodiversity conservation and also in sustainable development. Along with that, we know that we have economic interest also in terms of resource exploration and trade opportunities. Of course, that we have to be very careful that it will be done in a sustainable manner. And so these are to conclude. So what are the need that we are actually presenting for this need for the scientific collaborations, diplomacy really in scientific collaboration in the Arctic. So that is the first one is the addressing the transboundary issues. See, for example, the climate change, the environmental degradation, as well as the resource management in the Arctic. The second one is the role of science, that is the knowledge sharing, then the data collection and analysis, and evidence-based policy making. So for that, we need good research data set, as well as collaboration between Arctic states as well as the non-Arctic states. And also the importance of diplomacy. So we have, as far as the definition of Royal Society, we have science for diplomacy, diplomacy for science, and science in diplomacy. So what we need is that the science in diplomacy. So for that, we have to build trust and confidence between the collaborating nations, the Arctic states, as well as the, what we call as the observer countries who are presently doing a lot of research in the Arctic and also promoting sustainable development, even though we are going for this resource exploration and other things in the Arctic. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gopinath. I think you have, again, like some of the earlier speakers, highlighted the scientific endeavors. I think it's very clear, as the speakers have sort of emphasized, is that without science, we cannot really understand the changes that is happening in the Arctic. And without science, we cannot also move forward. So science becomes really a critical part of how we look at the Arctic, and how science and diplomacy can play a very important role. I do not know whether science has that power to succeed where diplomacy fails, but we'll have to see, because a lot of things can be taught through science to find ways to resolve issues where diplomacy generally fails. So, but we'll see how it unfolds in the Arctic. My next speaker is Yuri Zakrzynski.
Уважаемые коллеги, я хочу сначала выполнить поручение у моих коллег по законодательному собранию Красноярского края и от руководства края Заксобрания зачитать и вручить приветствие участникам сегодняшней конференции. Это вот в такой форме оформлено приветствие, я его зачитаю. Уважаемые участники и организаторы форума, рад приветствовать вас от имени Законодательного собрания Красноярского края. Международный диалог – ключ к стабильному развитию. Такие встречи помогают обмениваться знаниями, искать новые точки роста и укреплять сотрудничество. Арктика – один из важнейших регионов будущего. Ее освоение требует научных открытий, технологий и ответственного подхода. Индия, как ведущая мировая держава, активно участвует в изучении Арктики, открывает новые перспективы партнерства. Красноярский край – сердце российского севера, регион с большим опытом освоения арктических территорий. Мы видим огромные возможности для совместных проектов в науке, технологиях и экономике. Уверен, что форум станет площадкой для продуктивного общения, новых идей и решений. Желаю всем успешной работы. Председатель Законодательного собрания Алексей Додатко. Разрешите, я вручу этот адрес директору фонда. У меня единственная просьба к модератору – это время приветствия не учитывает в регламенте выступления. Уважаемые коллеги, еще раз добрый день. Мой доклад о перспективах… Так, еще раз тогда. Так, нижняя. Так, подскажите, пожалуйста. Давайте это уберем, чтобы он не мешал. Все хорошо. О перспективах научного сотрудничества, взаимодействия, подготовки кадров, развития туризма в Красноярском крае Республики Индия. Красноярский край – один из крупнейших регионов России. 89% его территории – это районы крайнего севера, 46% площадь арктической зоны, более 65% территории находится в зоне распространения многолетних мерзлых грунтов. Ученые Сибирского федерального университета в течение 3 лет анализировали климатические данные за последние 50 лет. Изменение температуры, ветровые режимы, количество снеговых осадков. Исследования показали, что в арктической зоне края отмечается наибольшая скорость среднегодовой температуры. На Таймыре плюс 1,2 Цельсия за 10 лет, а за последние полвека больше, чем на 3,6 градуса. В Северном Ледовитом океане за аномальный 2021 год среднегодовая температура повысилась на 2,9 градуса. Наблюдается стремительное сокращение площади льдов. Больше судов могут проходить по трассе Северного морского пути без ледокольного сопровождения, что способствует росту грузопотока. Климатические модели указывают на то, что в ближайшие десятилетия сохранятся благоприятные условия для транспортировки миллионов тонн грузов, руд цветных металлов, сжиженного газа, нефти и угля. Кроме того, огромные запасы энергоносителей на арктическом шельфе по мере потепления будут становиться доступнее к освоению. Но помню, что России принадлежит 74% шельфа. Совместное участие в создании современной инфраструктуры на севере Красноярского края, направленная на добычу и транспортировку востребованного сырья, принесет без сомнения выгоды для нашей страны и для Республики Индия. Имеет высокие перспективы совместные проекты по изучению климатических изменений в Арктике, по изучению многолетней динамики и ледовой обстановки. Изменение климата – это не только новые возможности, но и риски, как для арктических территорий, так и для стран высокогорной Азии, включая Индию. Повышение среднегодовых температур, таяние многолетней мерзлоты, рост температуры мерзлых грунтов и уменьшение их несущей способности представляет серьезную опасность для жилых и промышленных зданий, для объектов энергетики, нефти и газопроводов. Приводит к сокращению сроков безопасной эксплуатации автомобильных дорог, зимников и ледовых переправ. Вопросы мониторинга многолетних мерзлых пород, снижения риска повреждения и разрушения инфраструктурных объектов и зданий в результате растепления грунтов имеют для арктических территорий крайне важное значение. В 2021 году в Норильске запустили геотехническую систему мониторинга, создали Центр мониторинга зданий и сооружений заполярного филиала Норникеля. Более 200 зданий находятся на особом контроле по состоянию грунтов и несущих конструкций. На 2023 год выведено в эксплуатацию 15 зданий. Этот опыт может быть полезен для Индии, где наблюдаются схожие процессы в горных районах. Коллеги, эксплуатация зданий в арктических экстремальных условиях России подтверждает, что механический перенос традиционных решений проектирования и строительства малоэффективен, а во многих случаях даже неприемлем. Необходима нордификация строительства, адаптация к суровым климатическим условиям. Основные принципы: проектирование зданий с учетом конкретных грунтовых условий, ограничение этажности в сложных районах, использование инженерной древесины как экологически чистого и устойчивого материала, аэродинамические купольные формы зданий, обладающие лучшими термическими характеристиками, создание галерейных поселений, обеспечивающих комфортное пребывание в условиях низких температур. Сибирский федеральный университет предлагает поработать создание российско-индийского проектного офиса для разработки и адаптации строительных решений. Образование играет ключевую роль в развитии двустороннего сотрудничества между Россией и Индией. Особое значение имеет подготовка высококвалифицированных специалистов, которые могут работать как в России, так и в Индии. Сибирский федеральный и Заполярный государственные университеты готовы принимать студентов из Индии. Университеты предлагают 76 направлений подготовки специальностей, ориентированные на актуальные потребности промышленности, энергетики и научных исследований в северных и арктических регионах, среди которых горное дело и прикладная геология, нефтегазовое дело и металлургия, строительство уникальных зданий и сооружений, радиоэлектронные системы и комплексы. После завершения обучения выпускники смогут вернуться в Индию и применить полученные знания в национальной экономике, найти работу в российских компаниях, реализующих проекты в Арктике и на Дальнем Востоке, продолжить научную деятельность в рамках совместных российско-индийских исследований. Красноярский край богат не только полезными ископаемыми, но и уникальными биологическими ресурсами. Это прежде всего экологически чистая продукция леса, такая как грибы, ягоды, кедровые орехи, лекарственные растения и травы, в том числе с уникальными фармакологическими свойствами. Известна и востребована продукция северных арктических районов края, такая как оленина, северная рыба, пушнина, мох-ягель, кладовая витаминов и минералов, ягода. Развитие отрасли по переработке дикоросов открывает новые перспективы для экспорта и привлечения инвестиций. Мы предлагаем создать совместное предприятие по переработке и поставке на рынке продукции, сделанной в Сибири. Проработать создание в городе Красноярске центров пантотерапии с филиалами в Республике Индия. Коллеги, туризм – важное направление сотрудничества. Сегодня, еще выступая после обеда, Вадим Мамонтов, вице-президент Российского союза туриндустрии, сделает отдельный доклад. Я коротко остановлюсь на туризме в Красноярской Арктике. Уже в выступлении Ирина Стерникова сказала о создании ледовой базы. Поселок Хатанга на Таймыре стал единственной точкой, откуда туристы могут совершать путешествия самолетно-вертолетный экспресс-тур на Северный полюс. Русским географическим обществом создается ледовая база «Северный полюс» имени Артура Николаевича Челенгарова, как опорного пункта, обеспечивающая инфраструктуру для доступа научных, образовательных и туристических экспедиций в Арктику. На ледовой базе с 2002 года проводятся исследования водных масс, льда, торосов, живых организмов, озонового слоя атмосферы, изучения геомагнитной активности на Северном полюсе. Результаты наблюдений поступают в мировую базу данных и являются основой для погодных и ледовых прогнозов. Красноярский край предлагает побывать на Плато-Путарана, объекте всемирного наследия ЮНЕСКо, озере Ламы и Попегайское остроблеме, горах Быранга, эпицентре падения Тунгусского метеорита, музей вечной мерзлоты в Игарке. Мы приглашаем ученых, специалистов и туристов из Республики Индия к сотрудничеству и изучению Красноярской русской Арктики. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting two important aspects of your presentation, the educational collaboration and tourism. I think these are areas also to consider strongly. In one of the pillars of our India's Arctic policy is capacity building. And that capacity building starts in universities. So educational collaboration becomes very important, I think. You talked about the Chillingrove ice base. It's rather chilling, no, for tourism to happen, but I think that's a good start point for attracting tourists and to let them know what the Arctic is. So we come now and move forward to the next speaker, Nadezhda Karlampeva. Can I invite you, please? You can sit and speak. No, she's coming in after you. She has a video presentation.
Good afternoon, dear participants from Northern and the Vivekananda funds. It's a so interesting day. And thank you very much for organizers who invited me and have a possibility to share with my own ideas and the practices. As a researcher and a lecturer, I would like to share with you my ideas.
You have a PowerPoint?
Yes, I have. I share it with them. Okay, thank you. In first decades of 21st century, news operate in the media about the connection, the north-south road corridor. You see here some news from Delhi and Tehran about the construction of the multimodal international north-south transport corridor. And our mass media, Maritime News of Russia, added here some diagram you see from Dixon, Murmansk, Arkhangelsk, Voronezh, Astrakhan, Tehran, Chikbar, and Mumbai. Next slide, please. I would like to present you culture and how is creating future creative Arctic. Because there is an interesting view possible, not only about the geopolitics. As you see in the table, there are 3 columns of research on natural observation, experimental expeditions to lie out routes along the Northern Sea route, as well as participation in scientific research on the part of the Arctic community. The history of the international polar years, the geographical years, is completed by the UNESCO Decade of World Water Balance, during which the mapped atlas of the Arctic was first presented. In the second column, you see there years of experimental voyage from ArcDev and the INSROP, which had been realized with first with the Japanese and the European Union, and the second European Union and Russia also. On the next column, you see the participation of the Arctic public in scientific research. The chronology shows an increase in the scientific and the practical significance of creating knowledge about the Arctic for preserving the Arctic environment. I would like to draw attention to the role of Northern Forum since 1997. In conditions of uncertainty, the Northern Forum combines the new idea of North-South shift with rich international experience and shows the achievements of the Arctic community with researchers. Hope you will agree that scientific research in the Arctic can be viewed as art of the Arctic research. Art of research, including following issues: maintaining favorable conditions for existence of living and the non-living nature of the Arctic ecosystem. Second, improving the quality of life of about 4 million people living in the circumpolar Arctic. Improving the conditions for conducting state monitoring of the natural environment and the human habitat in the North and the Arctic. Next slide, please. Or I can. Third slide. No, before it. Studying the art of research in the shaping of knowledge about the Arctic is a basis of implementing successful programs and projects. In the context of growing economic interest in the natural resources of the Arctic, the fundamentals of studying of the Arctic have been updated. The level of expert community of St. Petersburg State University. Academical viewpoint, interdisciplinary, also multidisciplinary cooperation between representatives of natural, social, and humanitarian science has been created on Arctic issues. Let's see on following criteria as scientific methodological foundation for Arctic competence and the educational and research practices on example of Arctic Antarctic Research Institute from Natural and Engineering Science Institute, Classical St. Petersburg State University, and the Arctic State Institute of the Culture and the Art from Sakha, Yakutia. Science and Educational Consortium, Mendeleev from St. Petersburg University and the Ministry of Education and the Science of Russian Federation opens a joint Laboratory of Creative Arctic, where scientific journal, Creative Arctic, Culture and the Art of Research plan to rise on global and regional levels. There is practices which you see here, how is collaborating Arctic Antarctic Research Institute on the conference levels with Classical University and the Arctic Antarctic Research Institute. We have good practices with Atlas of Arctic, where there we see basin resources cooperation and how it should be connected through the some resources economy and the blue economy, etc. Please, next slide. There is especially in the creative Arctic and the art of research. Yes, there is our collaborative picture in the columns where you see methodological, because since 2015, we started many conferences and the special seminars which show us how we can to study some humanitarians and the natural sciences and how we can to combine this with art of researchers. And then new plans, we will conduct some journal with our possible in the future will be as our partner from India. And there is Sulagna Chattopadhyay. She is chief editor from Geography and the U. It is so interesting view. She had been participated in our scientific seminar online, and we meet with her in Karelia previous year. Also, I have my students, Sharma Mahid, who organized here our visit also, and helps us. And there is many our practical contacts. Next slide, there is literature from St. Petersburg State University. You see here some volumes. The last our volume, the Arctic in a Space of Knowledge. But there had been previous conferences with AMAP, you know, Arctic Monitoring Assessment Program, also with Sustaining Arctic Observation Networks. There is 2 volumes. Before it, 2016, with Arctic Antarctic Research Institute, I am a researcher from Arctic Antarctic Research Institute, Hydrological Department, and we organized especially one seminar with master degree students and representatives of representative Arctic regions in St. Petersburg about the Arctic tourism, how it should be organized. Also, I am chief of editor, Arctic and the Arctic Art and the Culture. You see here 5 volumes. 2 previous volumes had been on Russian and the English language. And next, our volumes are in Chinese, French, English, Russian languages. Welcome, and my next slide. We invite you to be with us and conduct Creative Arctic, and as head of program, international cooperation in fields of sustainable development and environmental policy, I invite some students at St. Petersburg University, where we will conduct a Creative Arctic. Please, here is music and the, yes, song. There is not song. There is sound from Arctic, please. Vargan Homus voice, and name it as Echo from Mountains, and played a great artist, Peter from Sakha, Yakutia, Agotoyev, Peter Agotoyev. It's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was very interesting, a very different dimension of our understanding of Arctic. You know, we read a lot of English literature, and English literature has been obsessed with the Arctic. If you look at some of the 19th century English literature, Mary Shelley and Frankenstein's monster, that carries Arctic as a backdrop. Many of the explorers who went and explored the Arctic wrote their accounts, and that was quickly translated into English. For example, Nansen wrote his voyage to the Arctic in 1897, which was called The Furthest North, and it sold 40,000 copies. So, and I think the Russian literature, the Russian understanding, the Russian writings, we have to also know. Your explorers, your expeditions that went, the cultural aspect, how you synchronized yourself with the climatic condition of the Arctic is something that we should also know from India. And I think if you translate a lot of that into possibly Hindi or even English, that will be very helpful for us. And you talked about the St. Petersburg University and the journal. In fact, I had the good fortune of writing an article in the St. Petersburg Journal about 5 to 6 years ago. And we set up something called India's interest in the Arctic. And we explained a lot of the changes and the dynamics and how India is moving into the Arctic and for what various reasons they're doing it. So I think it's a good space for us to collaborate and to write and to express. And this is the way to build capacity between the two countries. So thank you very much for that interesting presentation. And the last speaker now is Sherry Goodman. And this is a recorded interview. And I did this interview with Sherry Goodman yesterday. Sherry Goodman used to be in the Department of Defense, the US Department of Defense, for several years as an environmental expert. And now she's a leading expert in the Wilson Center, especially on the polar aspects. So we have about 8 minutes of recording. So can we see that? Yeah. Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to speak with Sherry Goodman, a seasoned policy expert and senior figure at the Wilson Center's Polar Institute and Environmental Change and Security Program. She is the author of the recently published book, Threat Multiplier, Climate, Military Leadership, and the Fight for Global Security. So welcome, Ms. Goodman.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
My next few questions, 3 to be precise, is more related to climate security and the changing climate in the Arctic, especially with the permafrost releasing massive methane stores. Are we underestimating the speed and scale of climate catastrophe? What immediate action do you think can help prevent a global chain reaction?
Well, it's such a good question. I do think, let me break that down a little bit. I think we are likely underestimating methane releases from permafrost in the Arctic.
Yes.
So, we have had pledges throughout the climate conferences in recent years to reduce methane primarily from oil and gas operations. That has not addressed the methane from permafrost. And we know now that with increasing permafrost thaw and melt, that there is more methane release. I've been part of some projects with the Wilson Center, with Harvard University, and with some of our other national labs, better to understand and measure and monitor those sources of methane releases. So I think that global carbon budgets likely don't fully account for those methane releases. And as you and your listeners probably know, methane is one of the most potent greenhouse gases. So I do think that is going to be a serious source of concern. It is already a source of concern. The question is, how do we better manage for that in an era where we likely have less cooperation on reducing global greenhouse gas emissions?
Indeed, I think climate security isn't just an Arctic issue. I think it is largely a global one now, and you have often stressed in your writings on the importance of climate security. Now, how can international partnership, and I think we need to look at partnerships now, including those involving India, be strengthened to enhance climate resilience in the Arctic? You know that India is an observer status in the Arctic Council, and there are certain roles that India can play. Do you visualize a certain a role that India can, collaborative research, for example, data sharing, all these can help improve our understanding of the interconnected climate systems affecting both the Arctic and the Indian subcontinent, particularly the Himalayas?
Yes, I think that's very important, and thank you for mentioning the Himalayas and the melting of the glaciers in that region, and in South America. So we have other regions of the world besides the Arctic and the Antarctic that are important sources of glaciers and are suffering as a result of rising temperatures and climate change. So I do, India, of course, has great scientific and technological capability. You've been an observer in the Arctic Council. You are, marshaling your scientific, academic, and technological expertise better to understand it, both, of course, for your own national interest, to understand how it's going to affect the monsoon, the agricultural sector in your country, but also in the region. So I think there are prospects for growing partnerships, scientific. I would probably start with scientific engagements. I mean, traditionally, science cooperation has been a global enterprise. And, despite the changes at the sort of climate diplomatic level, that doesn't preclude continuing collaboration, among scientists globally, better to understand changes in the Arctic, from permafrost thaw to ocean circulation, to various other capabilities. We need to have a robust Arctic scientific monitoring and measuring system so that we can better understand and manage the changes we're heading towards.
Yeah, thank you for that thought. I think my final question would really be resembling the first question that I asked, and that's to say that, resource extraction will remain a reality, especially as the Arctic opens up. It is too much of a temptation not to really extract the resources there. But we can find globally, I think, with partnerships and collaboration and cooperation, we can find a way forward to ensure responsible and sustainable resource management in the Arctic. Do you think that is the path that countries can take, but they need to, of course, sit together, think together, and work together on this? International governance frameworks need to be developed to overcome this dilemma that we talked about in the very first question that I asked you.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I think, through the Arctic Council and its many working groups, we have been on a path to do that. And much of that is done in scientific and technical committees, things like how to do sustainable mining, how to manage fish stocks, how to improve communications and education, how to improve monitoring of methane releases or other parameters. So I think that can continue, and it should continue. It should continue both under the auspices as appropriate in the Arctic Council. It can also, the U.S. and India have long had a very robust climate and clean energy and scientific engagement that has even deepened and strengthened over recent years. And I think this could be also an area of continuing opportunity among our two nations, and potentially with others in the region, other Arctic nations.
Absolutely, I think so. Thank you very much, Sherry Goodman, for this wonderful interaction and having listened to your thoughts and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I hope it's a good conference.
Yes, thank you.
Well, I think we have come to the end of this session, and we have managed it rather well. So thank you very much, all the speakers, for having stuck to the 8 minutes sort of time, and within that time also presented your key points. But before I open the floor to discussions, let me invite two names from the floor for their intervention. Rolf Rodwin, if he's here, will you raise your hand, please? Oh, he's online. All right. So we'll ask him to give his brief opinion. Yeah. He's the Secretary of the Arctic Monitoring and Assessment Program in Norway. So welcome. A quick brief comment, Rolf.
Thank you, and thank you so much for inviting me to intervene here. And I would like to thank both for the interventions and also for the nice presentations given by the speakers in the session. I think he addresses some of those very important needs we do see when it comes to Arctic environmental issues and cooperation. And I think I would like to underline two key points here. First and foremost is the need for throughout monitoring program and assessment program as we run, but also expand and enhance the contributions from also observer states and other states to the Arctic Council, as well as organizations. There's a lot of good research done, but of course there is a need to compile the research and assess it and assess the results. The other part is a follow-up part of that, and that's also where AMAP has its main focus. It's the process from science to policy making, and often we do see it as first and foremost like a one-directional process from science to policy, but also we do think as the science as the driver. But I would like to emphasize that often it's the policy that is the kind of the pull that has a strong pull effect, and the policy makes that has a strong pull effect here. And I would like to point to one of the most successful stories when it comes to policy making from the Arctic, and that is the Minamato Convention. The Minamato Convention regulates mercury emissions and mitigations of mercury, which is as you know, is a contaminant with a strong impact on human health, and particularly in the Arctic. And that process was actually crucial to that process was the data brought to the international organs through under UN by AMAP and Arctic Council. But the drivers for the process was Norway and China, so one Arctic state and one observer state to the Arctic Council. And I think the collaboration when it comes to the policy making and the science broken into the policy process there was crucial to have the Minamato Convention come into effect in 2017. So I would like to again thank the presenters of the panel on addressing these issues, and I hope we also can continue this discussion in the debate to come. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rolf Rodwin. May I now invite Nehal Sharma to pose a question or a comment? I don't know what it is. You're Chief of Staff, India Program, Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. Mike.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you so much for such a holistic discussion. It was very, very nice to get all your insights. However, I'd just like to have a question. I'd like to pose a question. So when we think of irreversible tipping points, I think Arctic melt is the first image that comes on Google as well. And Greenland recently, I think a few days back, announced their election victory. And the party who's won, they're very keen on mineral extraction, which was not the case earlier. In light of all of this, in light of scientific diplomacy, in light of scientific cooperation, I just want to know from the policy side or from the science side, do we have regulatory measures on the preservation of the Arctic that we're talking about, given that Arctic is a ticking time bomb? Are we thinking of preserving the area? If so, how are we doing that? Thank you.
Well, that's the dilemma, the Arctic dilemma that you've actually posed. Regulatory and the temptations, are quite clear. With the melting, the resources opening, there's a temptation to extract it. Yet there are significant problems doing that. So this dilemma is something that we are grappling with. And we haven't really come to sort of a balance yet. But I think the balance is critically important. You cannot dismiss the need for the resources, while you cannot also dismiss the ecosystem protection. How do you do it is the real challenge. But I'd like to hear some comments from you all as well to this particular question that Neha has posed there. Please. Now you can speak straight into the mic.
I would like to say that in Russia, we have many monitoring systems, and on state monitoring, we know about the 16th monitoring. And the Arctic Antarctic Research Institute in the previous year had been improved some monitoring system about the permafrost. And these days, we have about 46 monitoring systems with hydrometeorological organizations combining. And this is the first time when we can speak about the monitoring permafrost national levels combining, and we can share with this some data is possible, and it will be interesting for the researchers who studied the modeling of ice and water's presence and etc. Monitoring system, and invite you to connecting with these projects, and I think that it will be good news for you. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else from the panel? Rashik ji?
I think since exploitation will fall within a sovereign control of the Arctic state, it has to be the question of responsible and sustainable. These 2 points are very important because you can't tell them not to exploit anything. It is within their own area. But the sustainability and the responsibility will be the 2 key factors.
You like to, Rina?
I would like to add that that's why.
You can speak in the mic.
That's why we are discussing now the importance of cooperation in the area of technological cooperation, innovative instruments, mechanisms, because it can help us to minimize the effect on ecological situation, on climate, because we can't do. We can't stop extraction, but we need to think how to do it with minimum, for example, pollution or effect on the system.
Roman, you like to come in? Okay. Fine. All right. Let me just ask Rolf Rodwin, you there in Norway, is there some level of scientific cooperation happening with Russia? Quietly? Not visible though?
Well, it's neither quiet nor invisible. So under the Arctic Council, as you might know, the Arctic Council resumed the activities with all of the 8 in February. So since then we have resumed all activities. So for instance, now we're just about to publish our radioactivity report, which will be published in a month or 2. And that has a Russian co-lead. So the Russian co-lead has been contributing to the process, and we have had Russian experts contributing to the process. Since February, we have been running meetings for the heads of delegates to the Arctic Monitoring Assessment Program, and Russia have been there and been active. They nominated their experts, and they are participating at the same kind of level as we do with others. And also, like in particular here, the auspices of the Northern Forum, I would like to also thank the Northern Forum. We did present the key findings of our upcoming climate report at the COP29 in Baku at the Arctic Pavilion, hosted by the Northern Forum, and that was a really nice experience. And that is a cooperation we need to continue. As mentioned by the speakers here, half of the Arctic is Russia when it comes to coastline. Most of the permafrost is in Russia, but the implications of the climate change we see, in particular on permafrost thaw, is global. So we need to address, or we need to bring data from all of the countries, and we need to collaborate with all of the 8 Arctic states, and as well as observer states to be able to foresee what is to come for the future. So, yes.
Thank you. That's very heartening to note that science is actually beating geopolitics. But will it hold on? We'll have to see. Let's open the floor for discussion. A few questions before we end this session. About 5 minutes or so. I think everyone was tired of it. All right. So let me then bring to close this very wonderful session. I think we've had a great range of thoughts and ideas. And we need to reflect on it. And I must thank you all for having spoken and having come to India. And I think this session was indeed very, very interesting. And several things came out, I think, which we need to factor in. And many of the things we did not know. I mean, the entire Northern Forum comprises of regions in the Arctic Russia that is as big as India, as we were told. So there's significant geographical understanding that we need to have from India on this part of Russia. So thank you very much. And I think we'll proceed for lunch. Anurag, thank you.
Everyone to go downstairs for lunch. And because of the paucity of time, I would request everybody to be here at the auditorium by 1:50 hours. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I would request everyone to please be seated. We are going to begin this special session. May I now request Dr. Arvind Gupta to please take his seat on the dais. I would also request Dr. Vasilev to please come and take his seat on the dais. We have got 3 speakers in this session. The first speaker is His Excellency Denis Alipo. I would request him to come and take his seat on the dais. His Excellency Denis Alipo is the Russian ambassador to the Republic of India. Previously, he worked as Deputy Director of Second Asia Department, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. He is currently the senior most serving India Office Affairs expert in the Russian Foreign Service. He has been closely associated with India for the most part of his professional career, including several assignments in New Delhi. We welcome you, Excellency. Now I would request Dr. M. Ravichandran to come and please take his seat on the dais. Dr. Ravichandran has been serving as the Secretary of the Ministry of Earth Sciences since October 2021. Before his current role, he was the Director of the National Center for Polar and Ocean Research, Goa, from 2016 to 2021. His extensive experience includes service as a scientist at the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune, the National Institute of Ocean Technology, Chennai, and the Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, Hyderabad. We welcome you, sir. Our third speaker is His Excellency Vinay Kumar. He has joined us online from Moscow. His Excellency Vinay Kumar joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1992. He has served in Indian missions in Tashkent, Bishkek, Ottawa, Warsaw, Tehran, and Permanent Mission of India in New York and Kathmandu. He has been Indian Ambassador to Afghanistan from 2018 to 20 and Indian Ambassador to Myanmar from 2020 to 24. He assumed the current position of Indian Ambassador to Russia in April 2024. We welcome you, Excellency. Now I would hand over the mic to Dr. Arvind Gupta to take forward the proceedings.
Namaskar. Здравствуйте, and a very good afternoon to all of you. So friends, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome some very distinguished guests and speakers to this session. It's a somewhat short session, but I think it's a very important session of this conference. And I'm most grateful to Ambassador of Russia to India, His Excellency Denis Alipov. And I also welcome Ambassador Vinay Kumar, Indian Ambassador to Russia, who is online with us. And I would like to welcome Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, and my friend Mr. Vasilev, who has been with us the last 2 days and has been very graciously sharing his time and knowledge about the Arctic region. And as Executive Director of Northern Forum, we're very grateful to him that he is partnering with the VIF It's a great honor and privilege for us to hold this wonderful conference, which is so timely, so informative. And I would say it has also given us a lot of ideas which would enrich India-Russia cooperation, India-Russia relations. And I think the cooperation between India and Russia on Arctic issues is likely to provide a impetus to India-Russia relations in future. We have had the pleasure of welcoming in the morning the Deputy National Security Advisor, Mr. Pavan Kapoor, and he gave us a very detailed exposé of how India's Arctic policy is today, how it is being implemented, and what role India-Russia cooperation in the implementation of India's Arctic policy plays. And I think these are still early days. Arctic awareness about Arctic in India is yet to grow to that level. But I think Northern Forum, which is brings together, which is a forum of so many regional organizations, regions, and several scholars and experts, not only in Russia and India, but in some other countries also, is going to play an important role. And I think their being here with us and sharing their expertise and knowledge is very useful to us. And I'm quite sure that at the end of this conference, we will be able to generate some practical recommendations, which we'll share with the policymakers, and which will also help us in the academic world to take our understanding of Arctic forward. So thank you very much. And I think the presence of the two ambassadors in today's conference is very creditworthy for us. And of course, we will benefit from their views. But it also sends a signal that the governments of the two countries are very much supporting and encouraging regarding cooperation between India and Russia on the Arctic issues. So we know it's a short session and the ambassador has to leave shortly. So I will not say anything more, except that now welcome you once again to this conference. And now maybe we can begin our proceedings of this particular session. I will request His Excellency Denis Aripov to kindly make a few remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta ji, for this opportunity. Dr. Ravichandran ji, Mr. Vladimir Vasilev, dear friends, it's always a privilege to visit the Vivekananda Foundation. And today, to have an opportunity to share Russia's perspectives on the Arctic and the prospects of the Russia-India partnership in the High North. The interest of the international community in the Arctic is growing with each year. This region has become one of the key factors in global politics. Along with the Arctic countries, other nations that do not have the direct access to the Arctic Ocean are keen on taking a more active part in the affairs of the region. It is increasingly clear that the Arctic offers crucial opportunities for major players who are ready to make meaningful investments in developing its potential. Against this background, the matrix of international interaction in this area is becoming more complex, determined by a number of factors. These include climate change, opening the Arctic for economic activities and shipping
abundant natural resources as an indispensable part in the global supply chains. Remaining open to mutually beneficial practical cooperation in the High North, Russia opposes the introduction of confrontational agenda in the Arctic. Instead, it has consistently advocated an enduring international security architecture in the region. Of particular concern is the growing militarization of the Arctic. Tensions generated by the NATO countries, enhanced tempo of the military activities in the Arctic, and attempts by European NATO members to impose their own rules of the game are inimical to sustaining security and stability in this region. Against this backdrop, Russia sees India's interest in increasing its presence in the Arctic as a stabilizing factor. We view India as a strategic partner in the joint development of the Arctic area and coordinated scientific, environmental, and commercial efforts. Russia is in favor of collaboration with India in research on climate change, atmospheric and geosciences, glaciology and polar biology. Indian scientists are testing the hypothesis about the influence of the Arctic on the dynamics of the monsoon, with a focus on South Asia. The Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute in St. Petersburg and the Northern Arctic Federal University in Arkhangelsk cooperate with the Indian National Center for Polar and Oceanic Research, the International Center for Polar Studies at the Mahatma Gandhi University, and Kochi University of Science and Technology. To strengthen ties in 2024, our two countries signed an MOU on cooperation in the field of scientific research in the Arctic. There is a mutual interest in exploring projects for the extraction of the Arctic mineral riches, including energy resources and rare earths. Currently under consideration are opportunities for Indian companies to join projects promoted by Novatek and Gazprom Neft companies in the Dolginsky oil field, and ventures in the Vostok oil cluster by partnering with Rosneft. There are promising opportunities for Indian companies in the development of Yamal LNG and Arctic LNG 2 projects. Our two countries demonstrate a shared interest in benefiting from the Arctic's unique logistical promise. Last year, the Northern Sea route broke a new record. Cargo traffic went up to 37.9, almost 38 million tons, while the volume of transit cargo exceeded 3 million tons. It serves not only as a vital route for delivering Russian natural resources to the Asian markets, but also as the fastest route for shipping goods between Asia and Europe. In the latter case, its salience will increase should the Suez Canal reach its maximum throughput capacity, or its operations be disrupted due to accidents or for geopolitical reasons. In 2023, 94 million tons of various cargoes were delivered to Indian ports from Russia's northwest by passing through the Suez Canal. 63 million tons of oil and petroleum products, 21 million tons of bulk cargoes. To mitigate the risks now present in the Red Sea, some of these cargoes could be transported over the Northern Sea route, whose safety is ensured by Russia as the state with sovereign rights to its waters. In order to develop this potential, a dedicated working group has been established under the Russia-India Intergovernmental Commission. Its first meeting was held in October 2024 here in New Delhi. Following it, bilateral agreements were inked to increase cargo shipments along the Northern Sea route. An intergovernmental MOU between Russia and India on utilizing the Northern Sea route is under negotiation. Russia welcomes India's interest in mastering the skills of polar navigation and its construction of ice-class vessels for exploration of the Arctic and Antarctic. As agreed, we offer training to Indian seamen for navigation in northern latitudes. The rise of tensions caused by NATO countries has negatively impacted the role of the Arctic Council, whose activities have been suspended since 2022. In contrast to their hostile approach, we value India's constructive approach in the Arctic Council since its accession as observer in 2013. At various multilateral fora, Russia and India stand together to preserve the Arctic as a territory of peace and stability, and to unlock opportunities for its development as an engine of growth and cooperation. Dear friends, let me emphasize the importance of dialogue and cooperation. Collaboration between Russia and India may serve as a positive example for other constructively minded countries to follow. We're open to that. Let us utilize such opportunities to benefit the needs of our peoples and all stakeholders who are interested in working for peace and development in the Arctic. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador, for sharing that very useful information. Quite clearly, a lot of progress is being made in bilateral relations, bringing a focus on the Arctic. And you mentioned the joint working group, dedicated joint working group. I think that's a very good step forward. Now, may I request Dr. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, to kindly make his remarks.
Very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you very much for inviting me for this important forum. I really fascinated to see this bilateral collaboration in this area. As you all know that polar regions are become more and more critical. Is either you take Antarctic or Arctic or Himalaya. All the three poles are becoming more and more important under the global warming scenario. Both the places, all three poles are changing very fast, and the temperatures are increasing drastically in this area when compared to other regions. Hence, the changes are happening in this area is dramatic. Of course, if you talk about Arctic, when you talk about very specific to Arctic, yes, there is a sea ice decrease, and global warming is much faster than any other place. Even recent decade, it is about 4 times. So I will be just to highlight about a very important aspect about when the climate change is happening, how the scientific things are changing, or what we know, what we don't know, in Arctic so that the other policy and governing mechanism changes. So when you have Arctic melting, I personally feel there are 4 important consequences. Number one, of course, the climate change. It is not only local Arctic, but also it is a global. Impact will be all over the global. And the second one is, of course, the resources in terms of course, Ambassador already mentioned about the both non-living resources as well as the living resources. I will come back to that later. And the last 4th one is, you all know that many of you already talking about northern ship route. So under all these 4, what are the various opportunities and challenges in terms of economic as well as social and political? So what are the opportunities are available, and also what are the challenges are going to face in the coming decades? That's the main objective. When you talk about non-living resources, yes, of course, offshore exploration and extraction of various resources will benefit in terms of oil and gas and other things. But the challenges, what we are going to face is basically the technology available to harness and the wave impact. As soon as the sea ice melt, the wave impact will be more and more in the Arctic regions, and it will be strengthened. So we need to encounter how we are going to do with the drilling and the liquidation infrastructure and transfer of pipelines and fuel storage. How do you are going to occupy? That is the more important things in terms of non-living resources. What are the challenges we are going to face? And when you are talking about shipping, Northern Sea Route and shipping, of course, the new navigatable routes will provide a lot of opportunities, and also it will provide a cutting edge price, and also industry would be much more benefited. Either you take fishing or mining or various extraction resources will be beneficial, but it will be impacted. The negative aspect is the marine ecosystem degradation. So more and more activities will impact the marine ecosystem degradation, and more traffics become more oil spills and so on. And of course, the minerals also is the same case. So we are going to get a lot of, in the Central Arctic especially, a lot of mineral resources are available. But thawing permafrost and erosion is likely to increase the challenges and also increase the cost for the industry to harness the things. And of course, the marine fisheries, you all know that the tropical, as a global warming scenario is changing, the tropical species is migrating to mid-latitude, and the mid-latitude species is migrating to polar regions. And also the catch of the living resources will be much more beneficial to the various places. And of course, we need to worry about the improved access to various places. The tourism will improve, but at the same time, the Arctic wildlife and flora and fauna will be disrupted too much. So considering this aspect, of course, we have a especially social and political impact also. Though it is economic benefits, but there are about social and political impacts. Especially, we are deeply affecting circumpolar societies. And also, we are going to altering the structural local economics and hamper traditional means of transportation and diet, and identify local communities also will be going to change. Whereas in the political aspect, increased access to natural resources, the Arctic governance to readjust and cope up with the new challenges is going to be important, and the change its transboundary, and no global power will be able to act alone to face such a challenge. And also Arctic states need to engage non-Arctic states and also non-state actors. Improve the relationship between the science and policy is more and more important. And also we need to have an international effort for cooperation, especially various activities such as oil pollution prevention, shipping regulation, and also fisheries ecosystem management, and so on. When you talk about what is called talking about the India specific, and India's Arctic policy, as you know, that it is governed by 7 pillars, But of course, it is driven by the science is the backbone for Arctic collaboration and partnership and also our policy. Why? Because it is more and more it is the Arctic and the tropical regions are strongly linked by the weather patterns. Many of you know that the extreme rainfall happening in northern latitude, especially in India, and the heat released in the extreme rainfall, it's all the way goes to the Arctic, and there is a more and more heat is available in the Arctic, so thereby the melting will be much faster. Once the melting is faster, then the feedback mechanisms happen. The less sea ice in the Arctic, especially in the Bering Sea and other places, and we will have a more and more teleconnection, more and more extreme rainfall will be happening in India, especially in the post, what is called, especially in the August and September season of the monsoon. That means it is a feedback. Less sea ice will have more extreme rainfall, and that more extreme rainfall will transport more heat to the Arctic, and then it will be going on the feedback loop. So why I'm telling is the science behind the Arctic Ocean or Arctic sea ice is not much known. I think it is imperative that we need to understand, or we need to observe, and we need to monitor the Arctic better. And also we need to understand and model them for the better forecast. None of the climate models is forecasting correctly as of now, especially in the Arctic regions. We predict something, sea ice will reduce this, but it is reducing much. What we are observing is much more reductions. So that means we don't understand many of the processes, what is happening in the Arctic. I think it is imperative that both bilaterally or with many countries, we need to understand, and I think for that we need to monitor the ocean as well as sea ice better, and also the science behind the change we need to understand. I think towards this, I think both Russia RE as well as NCPR Goa in our ministry is working together in understanding the various mechanism, not only modeling aspect, but also in the various observational aspect. I think it is imperative that we need to observe more and more in the coming years so that we can have a predictability much more in the science area especially. So with this, what I want to convey in this forum is, of course, we have some of the observing systems and we have understanding and modeling. And as you all know that Arctic is warming much faster than what we are predicting, so that we need to hope up with the better understanding and predictability. And also sea ice and ice sheet is melting rapidly. You know that Arctic amplification as well as Arctic oscillation modulating not only the local weather, but also global weather as well as a climate. I think we need to understand the teleconnection between the tropic and Arctic is very important. I think we need to understand that behavior in different temporal and spatial scale. So for that, I think I want to make again with the Russian colleagues and institutions more and more observational efforts for a better understanding, and also to underpin the what is called physical linkages. It is imperative. And India needs to be involved in Arctic affairs. It is not only scientific reasons, but also various other economical and geopolitical considerations. I am sure in the years or the decades of 2040, it is not only Arctic and Antarctic and Himalaya, all will face a huge problems. In 2040s Arctic, there is no more sea ice in summer. In Antarctic, there is a what is called 2048 Antarctic Treaty. I'm sure how it is going to be changed. And the Himalaya, more and more freshwater melting. So all this pressure will compound so that it will be a big problem globally in terms of polar regions. So I think in 2040s, I feel that the decade may be the polar decade in 2040s. For that, I think we need to collaborate and cooperate to understand, and also we need to define our policy for the global common. With this, I thank you once again for inviting me for this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravichandran. You made some very interesting points, as point which came out in the morning also, that our policy has to be science-based. Very often, if you don't have a proper scientific core to the policy, then policies go wrong. But you have highlighted some trends which are, I think, very worrisome. 2040 polar decade basically is a perfect storm that is gathering. But the important point is that the need for understanding the polar regions better. And that's not an easy thing because our knowledge is still very limited. And that's where India-Russia cooperation, because Russia has a huge polar region as its part of its territories. And it's high time that we intensify our cooperation, scientific cooperation, apart from other aspects of it. And I think our Arctic policy provides that scope for deepening that cooperation. There's international cooperation is a very important part of it. And the setting up of the working group, which the ambassador talk, will also play a role. Now I request Ambassador Vinay Kumar, Indian Ambassador to Russia, to kindly make his remarks.
Yes, sir. Let me begin by placing on record my deep appreciation of the Northern Forum as well as Vivekananda International Foundation for hosting this very important conference today. This topic is of great interest in the evolving geopolitical and economic context in the Arctic region in particular, but generally in other regions as well. And it is not and should not be surprising that India and Russia stand together to cooperate in this region under the very deep, special and privileged strategic partnership that the two countries share with each other. I would also like to thank the previous speakers, particularly my Russian counterpart, Ambassador Denis Alipov, and Secretary Ravichandran, for placing before us very important issues. Both the opportunities that are before us as well as the challenges that we have to cope with in this sector. What I would like to emphasize that India-Russia relations have been expanding over the years. Particularly in the last few years, we have seen significant growth in our economic and investment ties, with trade expanding to the level of 65-66 billion in last financial year, and expected to cross that in the current financial year 2024-25. We have also set a target of $100 billion by the end of this decade, 2030. In order to attain this level of bilateral by economic cooperation, we need a new basket of trade, new items in the trade basket, and also new areas for cooperation. And that's where our cooperation in Arctic region and Russia's Far East assumes great significance. When Prime Minister Modi visited Vladivostok for participation in the Eastern Economic Forum in 2019, he outlined India's Act Far East policy, which guides our cooperation with Russia in this region. Since 2019, several positive developments have taken place. For example, development of new transport corridors like Northern Sea Route and Eastern Maritime Corridor, training of Indian seafarers for polar operations in Russian Far East universities, and growing partnership between our companies in the region. Russian Far East and Arctic can play an important role in diversifying our relations in trade, connectivity, resources, and other strategic areas. A key achievement in this regard was last year when we signed an MOU for cooperation in trade, economic, and investment spheres in the Russian Far East and Arctic for the period of 5 years from 2024 to 2029. Subsequently, as was mentioned, a joint working group has been set up, which held its first meeting last year in New Delhi, and we look forward to its next edition in Moscow at mutually convenient time later this year. We believe that strengthening economic cooperation in Russia's Far East is a realistic goal by virtue of complementarity that exists between our two countries, particularly in economies. The vast oil and coal reserves in the region present alternatives to India in diversifying its requirements. We already know that ONGC Videsh has 20% stake in Sakhalin-1 project, which produces 140 to 150,000 barrels per day. Similarly, Indian companies can explore opportunities to undertake joint ventures in coal and oil reserves in the Russian Far East and Arctic. Russia is also implementing large-scale infrastructure development projects in the Far East region under its National Transport Project and Development Plan for Northern Sea Route. There are new requirements of a skilled manpower for these projects. Apart from Indian companies participating in these projects and considering investment opportunities, India, with its largest skilled workforce in the world, can very fruitfully contribute to manpower and skill migration for realization of the projects in the Russian Far East and Arctic. Furthermore, India can play a multifaceted role in Arctic, including focusing on scientific research, as Secretary has just mentioned, issues of environmental protection and economic development, and promoting cooperative international linkages. At last year's annual summit, an MOU was signed between the National Center for Polar and Ocean Research under Ministry of Earth Sciences of India and the Arctic and Antarctic Research Institute on cooperation in research and logistics in polar region of Russia. In fact, I had the opportunity to meet with the director of ARRI yesterday in my office here in Moscow, and we discussed steps to operationalize and intensify the scientific cooperation between the two sides, with focus on joint research and cooperation in polar logistics and exchanges of personnel. Last November, we also operationalized the Eastern Maritime Corridor, which carried shipments of crude oil, metal, and textile, and reduced the transit time from around 45 days to 25 days. In conclusion, I would like to say that the growing cooperation between India and Russia in Far East and Arctic underscores a broader shift towards Act East policy, with both countries seeking to leverage their partnership for strategic and economic gains. The cooperation is mutually beneficial as it presents India opportunities to diversify its requirements and engage in infrastructure and mining projects in Arctic, and for Russia in effectively developing the Northern Sea Route and Far East region, and also meet its manpower and investment requirements. I hope that the Indian companies as well as the Indian think tanks and research institutions will be able to use these new opportunities which are only beginning to arise. I hope that the deliberations in this conference over the past 2 days would contribute to our better understanding and help the policymakers in looking at these new opportunities and how to operationalize them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Vinay Kumar, for your remarks. I think both ambassadors have underlined how India and Russia are progressing their cooperation in the Arctic, and I think these are very good augury. And on the part of the think tanks, at least at the VIF, I'll say that we are the Arctic cause is very much something that we identify with, and we'll continue to do our little work and some contribution that we can make to the understanding of the Arctic and India-Russia relations. But this is an effort which has to be synergized. So thank you very much. And I request Mr. Vasilev to maybe say a few words before the ambassador has to leave, I think. But maybe a few words you might like to say and can make it close the session.
The ambassadors, it's a great honor to have you in our joint meeting with VIF team in India. It's our first event ever in India, and we are very glad that so high-level discussions are ongoing today, and tomorrow we will have very good events also in the Indraprastha Engineering College and Jawaharlal Nehru University. So just our cooperation is widening in India, and we hope that we will continue our cooperations in many directions in coming months and years, not only just in India, but on Russian territory also. And this, again, it's a high honor for us to have both ambassadors of both countries. Thank you very much for your contribution, for your just recommendation, advices. We just will take it into the span and just will follow up just for in our further work and activities. Thank you very much.
Same panelists of this session, and now we will have a. May I request all the panelists to please have this book launch of book Evolution of India's Polar Policies, authored by Dr. Jawahar Bhagwat, who is with us online, and Captain Anurag Bisen. May I request Captain Bisen to please come onto the dais. The book was released in February 2025.
This is yes, Evolution of India's Polar Policies.
And I also request all the speakers, moderators to join us downstairs for a group photo near the Swami Vivekananda statue.
So thank you very much, Ambassador.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
We'll come back in 10 minutes for the next session.
Very nice. And I'm very sorry that I have to.
Request everyone to be seated. We will now begin with our session 2, which is Order, Development and Challenges of International Cooperation in the Arctic in the Era of Turbulence. For this session, I would like to invite the moderator for this session, Ambassador Pankaj Saran, former Deputy National Security Advisor, Government of India. I would then like to invite all the speakers on the dais, Rear Admiral TVN Prasanna, Joint Secretary, National Security Council Secretariat, Government of India, Mr. Maxim Duncan, Director General Pora Export Center, Captain Anurag Bisen, Senior Fellow VIF, Mr. Vadim Mamontov, Russian entrepreneur, founder and CEO of Russia Discovery, a company specializing in active recreation and adventure travel throughout Russia, Dr. Maria Lagutina, Professor, World Politics Department at St. Petersburg State University, Russia, Dr. Jawahar Bhagwat, Associate Professor, Northern Arctic Federal University, Russian Federation, who will be joining us online. Then we have Mr. Indraj Vanraj Dodia, Director of Dodia Enterprises, LLC, Russia, Dr. Maxim Gutnev, Head of Department of International Relations, South Ural State University, Russia. I would once again request all the speakers to please adhere to the time limits, which is 8 minutes. And then I hand over the floor to the moderator. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, participants, delegates, dear friends. Firstly, I want to begin by thanking VIF for inviting me here for this session. and also congratulating both the VIF and the Northern Forum for jointly arranging this meeting on the Arctic, because it could not have been more timely and more relevant ever before. So an excellent initiative which deserves to be fully supported by everyone. We hope in our panel we can find some concrete ideas and suggestions on how to take the opportunities that are coming up to find areas of cooperation between India and Russia in the Arctic. I myself have had the opportunity to visit Sakha, Yakutia and other parts of the Arctic region in the Russian Federation. And I can only say that the scale of the opportunities that are available in the Arctic are beyond imagination. It is very good that the Northern Forum has decided to visit India and also to, in a sense, give a roadshow of what opportunities are available. It is important for Indian policymakers, business persons, strategic analysts to devote much more time to the Arctic and to the, of course, to both the poles, but particularly to the Arctic. And I was so happy to see Secretary Dr. Ravichandran also here, because his institution is doing so much work on the Arctic region. We initiated and we adopted an Arctic policy for the government of India in 2022. Of course, because of the Ukraine conflict, the governance structure of the Arctic region, the Arctic Council, has been disrupted. It has become a victim of the war and the victim of the conflict between Europe on the one hand, and the United States and Europe and Russia on the other. But as a country, as India, it is in our interest that we do not allow these tensions to disrupt the governance structure. I think we are very happy to have become observers of the Council. And as time goes by, India's ability to participate in the exploration of the Arctic, as well as our interest in what the Arctic has to offer, is only going to grow. So from that point of view, I think what we are discussing today is actually the future of the planet, but also the future of India, as well as certainly of Russia. We have a great panel. I will immediately request all the panelists to speak for 8 minutes each. And I hope that we can leave some time for question answers and for discussion. So with these brief introductory comments, I would request Rear Admiral TVN Prasanna from the National Security Council Secretariat, which has played, I have to say, a very good role in the Arctic and the poles, and has stood out in the Government of India system as being a pioneer, starting from the days of Dr. Arvind Gupta, who was first Joint Secretary and then Deputy National Security Advisor. The way he picked up this issue as an issue of core interest and significant importance to India. And from then on, we have steadily progressed. So I hope you are continuing that same tradition, and all credit to you. So please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me thank the Director VIF for inviting me to speak at this seminar. The topic is quite interesting and apt and contemporary, and I feel that each word of this session's topic has been carefully chosen. So I compliment the Director and the team VIF, as well as the Northern Forum, for choosing this topic and organizing this very important seminar. I also want to acknowledge the presence of the distinguished luminaries, subject matter experts, and distinguished personnel present both off and on the stage. In the next 8 minutes that I've been given, now 7.5 minutes, I will discuss some issues with respect to the era of turbulence, some international cooperation, and the fair world order, and focus on Indo-Russian collaboration. When we look at the world map today and try to mark the hotspots, we realize that the entire map is marked with red dots, be it the Indian Ocean region, the southern Indian Ocean region, Red Sea, Persian Gulf, South China Sea, or the Pacific, Americas, Europe, or even the Arctic finally. There are multifarious reasons for the hotspots, be it geopolitical, geo-economic, cultural, or even commercial issues. Even non-traditional threats are all these days multinational in character. The conflicts between nations are only increasing despite the fact that we are all aware that we're all interdependent on each other, and the availability of international fora which otherwise had kept us together for the last few decades. So are multilateral treaties and organizations failing? Are bilateral and trilateral treaties the only way forward? The bilateral dealings may work in a sub-region and can be a start point for a larger grouping by themselves, but they can address only regional issues. In that case, can we talk of a fair world order? Doesn't a fair world order mean a free, open, inclusive, transparent, and a level playing field based on a common rules-based order? We are nowhere near any of this. So we will need to rejuvenate or revitalize the existing multinational forums, or create new ones if required, and give ourselves some compelling reason to do so. To achieve such a fair world order, what we need is a common thread, something that affects us all, something about which all of us are concerned, and if possible, something that affects our survival. And this can be the Arctic. The Arctic was considered a remote area till a few decades ago, and now it's an area of strategic convergence. The world has realized that the Arctic region has a direct bearing on everybody else in ways more than one. Suddenly, it's become a region not so more remote, but a region of immense interest and concern. It is now being looked upon as a region that can guarantee us energy security, food security, as well as with respect to defense, even with respect to polar satellite surveillance and commercial shipping and trade. It's a living laboratory and a significance from many other points. At the same time, there is also a realization that if not engaged in a responsible manner, it can possibly cause extensive adverse environmental impact with large-scale disasters across the globe affecting human security, including our own survival. Therefore, the Arctic can be a glue and a gum and a bridge which we can capitalize on to reason out, get all nations together, and revive the larger multilateral approach for cooperation and collaboration for the common good. Strategic convergencies can definitely be achieved on the Arctic. There are many challenges for international cooperation in the Arctic. The geopolitical divide, of course, is evident. Further, the region's resource potential, strategic geography, and individual nations pushing their own interests, commercialization and competition are the present challenges. Unfortunately, the collaborative scientific research and data exchange, which we did in earnest till a few years ago, has taken a backseat. The gaps in regulation and governance in this critical region also need to be addressed. So we can harness the Arctic for furthering our international cooperation. With that in the background, I will now cover some areas of collaboration in the polar region between India and Russia and the areas where we can focus upon. In the area of science and research, Russian vessels are already being chartered in their Antarctic missions, and an MOU has already been signed, as was told earlier by earlier speakers, between NCPOR and RE. We can collaborate further, expand the scientific collaboration to spatial planning, advanced joint research, and especially in undertaking research at sea in the Arctic region. In the maritime transport and connectivity sector, the inaugural meeting of the Indo-Russia Joint Working Group of the Northern Sea Route was held in October 24. The areas of cooperation include utilization of the NSR, increase in volume of traffic, construction of LNG carriers, training of Indian seafarers, and even the Chennai-Vladivostok Maritime Corridor, which is operationalized in November 24, looks very promising. Of course, there are a lot of specific and particular issues which need to be addressed in this sector, which I believe are being addressed, and we should be seeing some progress soon. Tourism in the Arctic is a sector that can become a huge commercial success. Many Indian tour operators are now already operating in the Arctic region and also in the Murmansk region of Russia. Investments in this sector need to be encouraged, with OYO already operating in Greenland, unless somebody else buys it. There are a significant number of Indian tourists visiting the Arctic region, and this is only increasing by the year. This sector does involve the local population, gives jobs to the local people, and contributes to the local economy. Therefore, this sector can be pursued with earnest, with some policy incentives from our side too. In addition, Bollywood can't stay far behind. If incentivized for film shootings, it can contribute even to their regional economy. On the academic and cooperation front, we have Russia-India Network of Institutions, RIN, and the bilateral MOUs between the Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Petroleum Technology and the NARFU. The avenues of cooperation in this include the sharing of best practices, and now that we have started the MOOCs, our initiative on MOOCs could also be exploited. On the BRICS front, the Polar Cooperation has seen a fillip, with India participating in the BRICS Working Group on Ocean, Polar Science and Technology in June 24. An Indian team participated on board the Indian Antarctic Coastal Circumnavigation Expedition in 24-25, we just finished recently. Also, after the UAE was included as a BRICS member, an MOU has been signed between NCPOR and UAE Polar Mission Office. Such initiatives to expand the Arctic cooperation are the need of the day. On a different note, India has also taken lead independently and embarked scientists from Mauritius and Bangladesh on board the Indian Antarctic Expedition under the Colombo Security Conclave. Indian Research Station in the Arctic in Svalbard, Himadri, has also hosted many a foreign scientist and researcher. To conclude, this is an opportune time for us to focus on the wide spectrum of cooperation and collaboration matrix of the Arctic. We need to bring together both Arctic and non-Arctic nations to provide a table to sit and capitalize on mutual convergencies. India can contribute not only in collaborative scientific research, but also in the area of skilled manpower, investments in the Arctic, northern sea route, shipbuilding, seafarers, renewable energy, IT, the UPI that we've seen, and other technology sectors. I've just taken exactly 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Admiral Prasanna, for concrete ideas and suggestions and identification of sectors for cooperation. I think each of these is extremely valuable. We should really build upon them. I would now like to invite Mr. Maxim Duncan, Director General of the Project Office for Arctic Development, his views.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники конференции. Я благодарен за возможность участвовать здесь. Для Арктики действительно крайне важен диалог между общественностью, экспертами, наукой. Подобные площадки, как сейчас, играют здесь наиболее важную роль. И вы знаете, сегодня об этом уже говорилось, в России на следующей неделе будет проходить такая же важная международная площадка по диалогу в целях развития Арктики. Это Международный Арктический форум. И перед своим выступлением я вот хотел передать приглашение на этот форум доктору Арвинду Гупте. Сейчас, я думаю, они подойдут, я его передам. Но тогда пока перейду к своей презентации. Так, а назад? Сейчас, быстренько. Да, уважаемые друзья, Арктика сегодня, безусловно, центр международного внимания. Хотел бы в своем докладе продолжить тему справедливости и поиска конструктивных форматов международного сотрудничества в этом исключительном с точки зрения климатических условий, инфраструктурных и социально-экономических задач регионе. Сначала несколько слов о проектном офисе развития Арктики, который я возглавляю. Полагаю, это позволит создать некую легитимность сегодняшней презентации. Мы российская экспертно-аналитическая площадка, think tank с 9-летней историей. В область нашей работы, деятельности входит разработка государственных стратегий развития макротерриторий, а также анализ и оценка социально-экономических государственных инициатив. Общественные, просветительские, образовательные проекты, призванные раскрыть потенциал Арктики как уникального региона. В 2020 году мы выступили экспертно-общественной платформой для разработки стратегии развития арктической зоны, объединив инициативы более 500 экспертов и обеспечив формирование итоговых приоритетов стратегии. Сегодня мы продолжаем данную работу по проведению исследований, основанных в первую очередь на данных в части оценки реализации первого этапа стратегии развития Арктики в России, а также продвигаем принципы доказательных подходов в поисках лучших решений для социально-экономического развития этой территории. Мы считаем согласованность государственной политики с общественным запросом, потребностями людей, проживающих в Арктике, одним из основополагающих принципов любой государственной инициативы. И оказываем поддержку, проводя в том числе социологические исследования. А об исследованиях, вот здесь есть QR-коды, которые позволят подробнее ознакомиться с результатами. Выше было представлено исследование, касающееся развития российской Арктики, там их было 3. Сейчас мне хотелось бы осветить некоторые инсайты наших международных исследований. В конце прошлого года мы провели сплошной анализ стратегии стран Арктического совета, посвященной развитию Арктики. В частности, мы сопоставили цели стратегии с объемами финансирования, закладываемые в государственных программах и в государственных бюджетах. Одним из ключевых выводов исследования является то, что существует разрыв между декларируемыми и фактическими приоритетами арктических политик западных стран, а именно широко проговариваемые приоритеты в области экологии и защиты коренных народов в реальности уступают приоритетам военной безопасности и экономического развития с опорой на ресурсы Арктики. Это возможно заключить, исходя из объемов западного финансирования на военные и околовоенные нужды, которые кратно больше инвестиций в инициативы по устойчивому развитию. К сожалению, политика так называемого зеленого колониализма выступает сегодня политическим инструментом наших западных партнеров и преследует цель создания конкурентных преимуществ в борьбе за ресурсы Арктики за счет лоббирования формальных или неформальных ограничений по реализации арктических проектов. Безусловно, это создает дисбаланс. И Арктика, как площадка международного диалога, может трансформироваться в арену для конфронтации. Этого допустить нельзя. В продолжение этой темы мне бы хотелось сделать анонс некоторых результатов другого нашего международного исследования. На этой площадке они звучат впервые. Мы собрали большой объем текстовых данных, более 5 миллионов слов, крупных медиаисточников в России, в странах Запада, США, Канада, Исландия, Норвегия, Швеция, Финляндия и Дания, и Востока. Это в основном Индия и Китай. Разработали и обучили на этих данных языковую модель с использованием метода машинного обучения. Ключевая задача модели – определить образ Арктики в этих странах и его трансформацию этого образа в публичных источниках, которые являются рупором общественно-политического контекста. Мы получили очень интересные выводы. На графике представлены образы Арктики в восприятии России, Азии, а также стран Запада. По горизонтальной оси частотность публикаций, ассоциируемых с наукой и климатическим профилем, по вертикали частность публикаций, посвященных стратегическому развитию инфраструктуры, логистики, экономики, социальной сферы, диаметр круга, частота публикаций по военной тематике с милитаризованной коннотацией. Изменение международной повестки в 2022 году значительно повлияло и на трансформацию образа Арктики. Сегодня мы можем наблюдать 3 образа. Образ номер 1 – Арктика как ресурс и военный триггер для стран Запада. Секьюритизация и форсирование военной тематики в западных СМИ являются наибольшими. Второе. Для России Арктика – это стратегический регион, фокус на развитие макрорегиона, который, в свою очередь, в последние годы начал смещаться в сторону ответа на милитаризованную западную повестку. И третий образ. Несмотря на то, что при формировании образа Арктики в Азии геополитические изменения не игнорируются, Арктика для Востока – это прежде всего научно-исследовательская лаборатория и туристический магнит. Мы наблюдаем здесь более дружественную и созидательную повестку в этих странах. Триггером для политизации арктического региона стала специальная военная операция. Однако, учитывая результаты нашего исследования международных стратегий, можно говорить о том, что специальная военная операция выступила не причиной, а именно триггером военной повестки в Арктике со стороны стран Запада, которые позволили говорить о скрываемых ранее за зеленой повесткой мотивах. Нельзя позволить милитаризировать арктический регион. С его историей открытого диалога и международного сотрудничества необходимо сохранять баланс между контекстом безопасности, государственного суверенитета и позитивными контекстами научно-технологических коллабораций. Мне очень нравится вот этот слайд непосредственно. Он отражает стремление России и стран Востока к развитию Арктики в конструктивном и позитивном русле. Глубокое убеждение, что международное сотрудничество должно строиться на созидании и конструктивности. Буквально через несколько недель наш проектный офис, несколько недель назад, прошу прощения, наш проектный офис выступил площадкой для формирования новых приоритетов стратегии развития Арктики. В ходе экспертных обсуждений коллеги сошлись во мнении, что в условиях стагнации традиционных международных арктических институтов оплотом развития арктического макрорегиона является продвижение экспертной и общественной дипломатии, о чем я вначале говорил. Сейчас повторяюсь. Через реализацию площадок диалога некоммерческих организаций, научных центров, молодежных движений мы можем и должны восстановить отношения к Арктике как к уникальной территории с нетривиальными задачами, решение которых принесет пользу не только Арктике, но и миру в целом. Подводя итог выступлению, позволю сегодня стать проводником небольшого запроса на общественную дипломатию со стороны нашей организации. Мы видим, что это могут быть совместные проекты в области устойчивого развития, а также разработки и реализации подходов к устойчивому развитию территорий. Наш центр имеет многолетнюю экспертизу и калейдоскоп проектов. Я с собой, работая с нашими исследованиями относительно регионов, тоже взял. Рад буду ими поделиться. Особенностью нашего подхода является то, что мы при оценке территории анализируем все уровни от международного до уровня малых поселений. На слайде представлены основные проекты. У нас также есть свой научный журнал «Арктика-2035», и мы были бы заинтересованы сделать отдельный специальный выпуск этого журнала международным, посвятить его вопросам развития арктического макрорегиона в контексте совместных инициатив Индии и России. Приглашаем уважаемых коллег к этой совместной работе. Среди других инициатив хочу озвучить возможность проведения совместных исследований в Арктике, включая экспедиции. Сегодня также об этом было сказано относительно, в том числе, отдельных территорий нашей страны. Учреждение совместного центра по исследованию результативности мер госполитики, направленных на формирование реестра мер с доказанной эффективностью. Такой реестр может лечь в основу поддержки принятия решений правительства наших стран, России и Индии, в части развития геостратегических территорий. И запуск совместных проектов образовательных, просветительских, туристических для представителей Индии, для молодежи Индии. Мы искренне будем рады возможности выступить приглашающей стороной для подобных мероприятий. Коллеги, благодарю за внимание. Еще раз в заключении хочу поблагодарить за участие и, раз уж все равно это вначале озвучил, передать приглашение в адрес директора фонда Vivekananda доктору Арвинду Гупте от советника президента Российской Федерации Антона Кобякова в целях приглашения на участие в Международном арктическом форуме.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duncan, for your presentation and bringing out the narratives, contrasting the narratives in the West, in the East, and in Russia on how they look at the Arctic region. It's a very, very important research study that you have done. It just shows how differently the different parts of the world are looking at the same region. Also, it's very good that you have brought out this journal and you're planning to bring out specific areas of cooperation between India and the Arctic. I think it's really useful, and I wish you all success for your conference next week on the Arctic. So thank you very much for your presentation. I now call upon Mr. Anurag Bisen, Senior Fellow VIF, for his remarks.
Other remote. I think there are two remotes, sir, because the presentations are being run by. Okay. Anyway, I'll tell you to advance, right? Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be participating in this conference. The topic of my presentation, as shown on the screen, aligns with the theme of this gathering and is aimed at providing a roadmap towards making the conduct of scientific research in Svalbard more participative and inclusive, as provided in the Svalbard Treaty itself. We have often heard the phrase today that whatever happens in the Arctic does not remain in the Arctic, it affects the entire planet. And that's how important the Arctic is, regulating the global climate. And yet, of the 48 current signatories to the Svalbard Treaty, only 7 have a permanent research station there. If we add the 8 Arctic Council states, which have their research stations in their own sovereign territories and some in Svalbard as well, the representation of the treaty signatories is still less than a third. Further, the global south is grossly underrepresented in Arctic research, with only 2 developing countries, India and China, having a permanent research station. In my assessment, this anomaly could be due to lack of a fair, transparent, and inclusive regulation of scientific research in Svalbard. A provision for this, provided for in the treaty itself, remains unfulfilled, even 100 years after the treaty coming into force. In the subsequent slides, I will attempt to provide an explanation for my recommendations. I'm also happy to note that the current chair, Ambassador Pankaj Saran, he was chairing India's 46th ATCM meeting, which was held in Kochi last year, and I'm sure he'll be able to provide his insights on this, on my recommendations. Svalbard, meaning cold coast in Old Norse, is an Arctic archipelago located halfway between Norway and North Pole, covering about 61,000 square kilometers. There is a recorded history of over 1,000 years of Svalbard being terra nullius or no man's land. For centuries, with Norsemen and Russian pomos conducting hunting and whaling expeditions. In the 19th century, as the interest in coal mining grew, debates over sovereignty emerged. Norway, Sweden, and Russia initially proposed keeping Svalbard under international administration, but negotiations stalled. After World War I, the 1920 Svalbard Treaty granted Norway's sovereignty while allowing citizens of signatory nations visa-free access. And the treaty has endured for over 104 years, and I will show that how it could be made better. Following First World War, Paris Peace Conference of 1919, which resulted in the Treaty of Versailles and the formation of League of Nations, it addressed the legal status of Svalbard despite Norway and the archipelago not being directly involved in the war, and despite the conference having no such mandate. Russia, despite having half of the total Allied casualties, was not included as part of the conference due to the Bolshevik Revolution, which happened in 1917. Now, Norway, shifting from its earlier trilateral governance model, that is between Russia, Sweden, and Norway, sought now full sovereignty, and the Paris Peace Conference formed the Spitsbergen Commission, which held a weekly meeting for 4 months between July 19 to September 1919. And then it decided that to grant full sovereignty of Spitsbergen, then known as Spitsbergen, to Norway. I would like to mention here that sovereignty could be acquired in different ways, by devolution, conquest, referendum, independence movement, and you name it. The list is by no means exhaustive. But this is a unique case of sovereignty being conferred by a body which had no mandate to do so. Initially, Soviet Union refused recognition of Svalbard Treaty, but later it accepted Norway's sovereignty over Svalbard. Now, the main features of Svalbard Treaty, it granted Norway sovereignty over the archipelago, and at the same time, it ensured equal rights for signatory nations in fishing, hunting, and commercial activities, preventing monopolies while allowing Norway to regulate resource use. India, as I must mention, as you are aware, was one of the original 14 signatories to the treaty, then being a British colony under the British. The treaty also mandated international cooperation in scientific research and established regulations for mining under a shared framework. And it also banned military activity
and restricted Norway's defense capabilities in the region. While Norway holds sovereignty, it remains subject to international obligations, making Svalbard a unique example of shared governance under international law. Norway firmly asserts its sovereignty over Svalbard, maintaining that it is as Norwegian as any mainland territory. While the treaty grants equal access and rights to signatory nations, Norway emphasizes that this applies only to territorial waters and not the continental shelf. Governance is closely managed by the Norwegian starting processes and its white papers, which it releases every 10 years. And the last one was released in 2024. Svalbard has become a key international hub for Arctic research. In 2024, it was mapped that about 1,000 research projects from about 30 nations were active in Svalbard. And the 4 major research sites are Ny-Ålesund, where India has its own Himadri, Longyearbyen, Hornsund, and Barentsburg. Norway strictly regulates scientific research in Svalbard, interpreting the Svalbard Treaty to assert its sovereign authority. While the treaty ensures equal access for signatory nations, Norway uses environmental and security-based restrictions requiring research permits and compliance with strict regulations. And it does this through the UNIS University Center in Svalbard and institutions like the Svalbard Science Forum, which coordinate research oversight. However, many countries, including United States, Denmark, United Kingdom, Spain, Netherlands, have argued over time that Norway's control over the treaty exceeds the treaty provisions. Now, this Norway's exertion of its provisions has led to a term called Norwegianization of Svalbard, with policies that reinforce its control over the archipelago. The renaming of Spitsbergen. Spitsbergen is the largest island in the archipelago, and it was called Spitsbergen earlier. But Norway renamed it to Svalbard because it thought that it sounds too German. Strict environmental regulations and Norwegian-dominated institutions like UNIS and Svalbard Science Center all contribute to this effort. Norway also controls the land ownership, infrastructure, and maritime security while enforcing visa regulations that complicate direct access for some treaty signatories, particularly Russia. It has also established a customs center there. And as per the treaty provisions, any signatory country citizen, including from India, can actually travel visa-free to Svalbard. But since you can go to Svalbard only through Oslo, and Oslo is part of the Schengen visa process, you have no choice but to take a Norwegian visa. And presently, I think Norwegians have stopped granting visa to the Russians. So, in my assessment, this is a violation of the treaty provisions. Norway's regulation of scientific research in Svalbard raises questions about the interpretation of Svalbard Treaty, particularly Article 5. This article states that scientific investigations should be governed by international conventions negotiated by treaty signatories. Scholars argue that Norway's unilateral control over research may exceed the treaty's intent, as regulations should ideally be established through multilateral agreements. Given that the treaty promotes equal access for commercial activities, the same principle would apply to research. This brings attention to global models like the Antarctic Treaty, which provides a framework for multinational scientific collaboration. The Antarctic and Svalbard treaties both govern polar regions, emphasizing peace, science, and international cooperation, yet they differ in scope and governance. The 1959 Antarctic Treaty designates Antarctica as a demilitarized zone for scientific research, with an international consultative mechanism, which I was referring to, ensuring collaboration. In contrast, the Svalbard Treaty grants Norway's sovereignty while allowing signatory nations equal access for peaceful activities. However, unlike the Antarctic Treaty, Svalbard lacks a structured framework for international decision-making, leading to ongoing debates over Norway's authority and the regulation of scientific research in the region. The ATCM plays a crucial role in governing Antarctica under the Antarctic Treaty System. It ensures that Antarctica remains a zone of peace and science, prohibiting military activity, mineral exploitation, and nuclear testing, while promoting international scientific collaboration. Comprising 29 consultative members and 28 non-consultative members, decisions are made by consensus. The ATCM enforces environmental protection through the Madrid Protocol, regulates tourism, and relies on expert bodies like the Committee for Environmental Protection and the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research. Now, applying the Antarctic Treaty mechanism to regulate scientific research in Svalbard could enhance international cooperation while ensuring environmental protection. A multilateral framework similar to ATCM could promote collaborative research on climate change, marine ecosystems, and glaciology. A consultative mechanism for scientific research in Svalbard, modeled after the ATCM, could enhance decision-making and international cooperation. By granting governance participation to active research stations, such a framework would ensure balanced policy setting, reinforcing Svalbard's peaceful use provisions and regulating tourism to protect sensitive areas would further align with the Antarctic model. Additionally, establishing an independent governing body with Arctic states, scientific institutions, and indigenous representation could provide oversight, funding, and environmental safeguards, ensuring sustainable and collaborative Arctic research. Now, there could be challenges. Some of them could be the challenge by Norway itself. It would resist such a framework, viewing it as a threat to its sovereignty. Geopolitical tensions, including NATO-Russia dynamics, further complicate Arctic cooperation. Unlike Antarctica, the Arctic is shaped by national interests and existing treaties like the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Despite these hurdles, adapting Antarctic Treaty principles through careful negotiations could help establish a cooperative research framework for Svalbard while addressing broader Arctic challenges. A proposed convention for regulating scientific research in Svalbard could establish clear guidelines on research access, environmental protection, and ethical standards. Inspired by the Antarctic model, it could incorporate environmental safeguards, prohibit military activities, and enforce dispute resolution measures. Balancing Norway's sovereignty with the rights of treaty signatories, this framework would ensure that scientific research in Svalbard remains cooperative, transparent, and environmentally responsible. Negotiating, this is my last slide. Negotiating an international convention for scientific research in Svalbard would begin with a formal request to France, the treaty depository, to initiate discussions. This would be followed by bilateral and multilateral talks among signatory nations to define the convention's scope. A lead country or group of nations could drive this process to take it forward. Enhancing global stakeholders, including non-Arctic states and indigenous communities would ensure a balanced and inclusive framework for Svalbard's scientific research governance. I would strongly recommend that India, that champions itself and given its leadership of the Global South, should lead this initiative and lead this process to make scientific research in Svalbard more participative and inclusive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anurag. This is a very, very interesting suggestion on whether we can somehow use the ATCM model for the Svalbard Treaty and research in Svalbard. It's an intellectually challenging and provocative idea. Maybe you can carry this forward and let's see how, let us say, for example, the Russian side would react to this. But the ATCM was a very complicated treaty, had its own historical context, the Cold War and many other things. But always good to have a fresh, good idea and to see whether we can sell it and see what the reaction is of the other countries, despite the fact that there are so many differences between the two situations. But thank you for putting this on the table. I would now like to invite Mr. Vadim Mamantov, General Director, Russia Discovery, Vice President of the Russian Union of Tourist Industry.
This video, one moment.
Discover Russia. Its warmth, its colors, its sounds, its flavors, its scents, its mood. Feel the biggest country in the world. Here you can find everything you need for a breathtaking journey. 23,000 hotels, more than 1 million hotel rooms, 1,700 recreation resorts and boarding houses, over 400 glampings, 213 certified beaches, more than 250 ski resorts, over 500 kilometers of ski tracks, 53 national tourist routes, 10 special economic zones for tourism development, 4,300 tour operators, 1.1 million employees in tourism industry. This is Russian hospitality industry. Travel around Russia. Discover Russia.
Thank you. And presentation now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to introduce you to the captivating tourism opportunities awaiting you in Russia. And please, slide 1. Russia is vast and diverse, spanning 700 million square kilometers, with a welcoming population of 145 million. Our tourism and maybe sorry. Yeah. Includes 23,000 hotels, 1 million rooms, 250 ski resorts, and more than 4,000 ski tour operators ready to serve you. Russia visa process is streamlined for easy. Citizens from India and many other countries can obtain an e-visa online within 4 days. It's quick, simple, and efficient. Russian tourism in diverse cultural heritage, ecotourism, thrilling adventures, health and wellness, relaxing beaches, romantic wedding destinations, and excellent business event facilities. Russia has something special for every traveler. Dive into Russia's rich cultural heritage, from the historical majesty of Moscow and St. Petersburg to Kazan, multicultural vibrancy, and Vladivostok charm. Explore museums, palaces, and theaters unlike anywhere else. Ecotourism thrives in Russia. Discover the pure beauty of Altai Mountains, Lake Baikal's tranquility, and Kamchatka's stunning landscapes. Russia's untouched nature offers unforgettable memories. For adventure seekers, Russia is a paradise. It's my favorite kind of tourism in Russia. Russia Discovery provided this kind of tourism in our country. Thrilling height of Sochi Sky Park, chase the northern lights in Murmansk, or listen whales in Kamchatka. Adventure awaits. Health tourism is rejuvenating in Russia. From mineral-rich waters in Stavropol and therapeutic resort in the Altai Mountains, Russia health resorts offer renewal and relaxation for body and mind. Russia also offers beautiful beaches, from Sochi's sunny shores to Vladivostok coastline. Combine sunbathing with fishing, boating, or enjoying delicious meals with spectacular sea views. Make your special day unforgettable with wedding tourism in Russia. Luxurious venues in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Kazan, and Tver ensure your celebration is truly memorable. Russia is a leading destination for mass tourism. Meetings, incentives, conference, and exhibitions, world-class infrastructure in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and Sochi seamlessly blends business with unique cultural experiences. Visiting Russia for the first time? Here are some tips. Enjoy the hospitality. Remember to dress warmly in winter. Taste local, delicious, and respect cultural practices, such as etiquette in church and homes. Welcome warmly. Finally, Russia offers numerous exciting investment opportunities in tourism. We invite business leaders to explore a partnership and invest in Russia, rapidly growing tourism sector. But some example of Russian tour product. For example, the cruise to the North Pole.
The cruise is a unique opportunity to reach the North Pole aboard the most powerful icebreaker in the world. 50 years of victory. Only of 2 voyages to the North Pole take place each year. Once there, you can take around the world trip just by walking around the magical point 90 degrees north, where all lines of longitude converge. You'll also have the option to warm up in a mobile bathhouse and take a swim in the Arctic Ocean. Along the way, you'll see walruses and polar bears might come right up to the ship. You'll also visit Franz Joseph Land and remote Russian archipelago and one of the closest lands to the North Pole. You'll take a helicopter flight over the icebreaker and as it moves through the Arctic ice. Another product, voyage to Wrangel Islands, polar bears photo safari. Wrangel Island is the best place to the Russia to observe polar bears. The voyage begins in the regional capital of Chukotka and heads north to the Russian Arctic, where Wrangel Islands lies. Every day you land on uninhabited islands and the wild coast of the Chukotka Peninsula. You'll get close to coastal cliffs and see thousands of seabirds nesting there. You also visit historical sites and settlement of the region in the region's people, the Chukchi and Eskimos. You'll spend 3 days in the Wrangel Island Reserve. Besides polar bears, you may also see walruses, musk oxen, gray and humpback whales, Arctic foxes, snowy owls, and rare white geese. Voyage to Kuril Islands, one more tourist product. Uninhabited Kuril Islands is a part of the Pacific Ring of Fire with many activities volcanoes. Sea cruises is only way to explore the entire Kuril chain. You will visit 9 islands, the most remote and beautiful ones. Enjoy close encounters with sea lions, fjord seals, whales, Arctic foxes, and even bears. Activities sure included trekking, volcano climbing, zodiac boat, trips, kayaking, stand-up, paddleboarding, fishing, and swimming in natural hot spring. Let's discover Russia together. I invite you to our country with this and many other tourist products. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mamatov. This is fantastic. I can vouch for the beauty of Russia. I've traveled the length and breadth of the country. It is absolutely magnificent. And I hope that your efforts will succeed and that you will have not just thousands, but many more hundreds or tens of thousands of Indian tourists visiting your beautiful country. So thank you very much for this presentation. I now invite Ms. Maria Lagotina, Professor of the Department of World Politics, Faculty of International Relations, St. Petersburg State University.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'm glad to be here. This is my first time in India, and it's my pleasure to be here in your beautiful country. And today I would like to come back a little bit to some conceptual topics and propose you to discuss the subject of Arctic governance and the Arctic cooperation and the place and the role of non-Arctic countries in this system. I believe this is one of the key points nowadays for discussions. But yeah, my presentation, thank you. But yeah, okay, thank you. But first of all, I would like to I would like to remind you the system of Arctic governance nowadays. Yeah, and you can see on the slide that it has multi-level character, and we can speak about several levels of cooperation and different institutions that played crucial role nowadays in the Arctic governance. We can speak about global level, where represented some global international institutions like the United Nations, for example. Regional, of course, national, represented mainly by bilateral cooperation, and subnational. Up until the end of the 20th century, the key players in the region were only the Arctic states, 8 Arctic states, pursuing their national interest. And the most important novelty of 21st century, this is the appearance of non-Arctic states in the Arctic cooperation. Mostly European and Asian non-Arctic countries, which have been granted observer status in the Arctic Council. We know that the 1996 declaration of the establishment of the Arctic Council provides that a particular non-Arctic state that has a national interest in the Arctic, and its interest is recognized by the Arctic countries, may be granted observer status in the Arctic Council. And according to Russian expert, we can see some kind of reasonable balance of interest in these institutional mechanisms, which was provided by this system and by this declaration, yeah, between Arctic states and non-Arctic states. And today it's clear that Arctic and non-Arctic states have different rights, interests, and their own Arctic agenda. But at the same time, there are a number of common issues, common problems on their agendas, like, for example, ensuring and maintaining peace, cooperation, stability, and sustainable development of the Arctic region. This is what allows this group of countries to find common grounds, common agenda for fruitful cooperation in the interest of the region, in the interest of sustainable development of the Arctic. Today, a group of Asian non-Arctic countries represented by China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and India are very active, participate in global and regional institutions included in the Arctic governance system. And we can look at the table. It took 3 slides. It's very big, huge table, but anyway, and here you are on this slide, you can see global level, international global level represented by the United Nations, International Arctic Science Committee, and BRICS. We've discussed yesterday and today a lot the prospects of BRICS countries cooperation and polar and ocean regions. Yeah, and here you are, you can see that all these countries, more or less, they are represented on the global level. China, India, and Russia, of course, they are members of BRICS. At the regional and national levels, Asian non-Arctic countries have been active both at the level of multilateral cooperation and bilateral cooperation. Here you are, you can see Arctic Council, Arctic Economic Council, Northern Forum, I included in the list. And besides that, Pacific Arctic Group, which was separated from IASC since 2008, and the Asian Forum for Polar Science. In addition, Asian non-Arctic countries today try to make their own contributions to the development of Arctic governance system, Arctic governance institutions. For example, we can talk about the trilateral dialogue between China, Japan, and South Korea, which is gradually taken institutional shape since 2015. And in 2018, it was decided to organize a trilateral summit to discuss Arctic issues between these 3 Asian non-Arctic countries. And having considered the participation of Asian non-Arctic countries at the global and regional levels of the Arctic governance system, we can conclude the following points. Firstly, the interest of non-Arctic states in the Arctic are growing. And I believe that this trend is highly likely to continue in the future. China, Japan, South Korea are the most active players nowadays in the system of Arctic governance among Asian non-Arctic countries. And the Arctic Council is seen by Asian non-Arctic countries as a key platform for Arctic governance. Besides that, the United Nations and its specialized agencies are promising for non-Arctic countries in the context of discussions on climate change in the Arctic, environmental protection, and sustainable development issues as well. Next point, it's about scientific cooperation. It's obvious that scientific cooperation is the most promising area, and we discussed before lunch. We had a huge, very intensive discussion, this sphere of cooperation. And this is the most promising area of cooperation between the Arctic and non-Arctic countries as well, as scientific programs and projects are less politicized and therefore less sensitive area of for cooperation between Arctic and non-Arctic countries. And in this context, in addition to the IAS, International Arctic Science Committee, in whose work all Asian non-Arctic countries except Singapore participate, we see a trend towards the so-called regionalization of this area of cooperation, which is embodied in the practice of creating Asian formats in the Arctic, Asian formats of scientific cooperation. And finally, it's interesting to note that the interest of Arctic countries in cooperation with non-Arctic Asian countries is primarily due to their investment potential, of course. But as we can see from the table, the participation of business companies from Asian non-Arctic countries in the Arctic Economic Council is practically not represented. I was surprised, to be honest. It seems that bilateral level of cooperation between business companies, between countries on bilateral level is prevailed, not multilateral, and we see only the Korea Arctic Research Consortium represented by several business Korean companies, and that's all. And finally, several words about India's participation in the Arctic governance system. You can see that from the table that India is still seriously behind China, Japan, and South Korea in its involvement in Arctic institutions. Yes, but for India, it's really important to note the question of participation in Arctic affairs and the degree of involvement in Arctic cooperation. This is the question of its global status. And Mr. Anurag Bisen wrote about that in his articles, yes, that it's global ambitions of India. But it's not the case only India, it's position of China, almost all non-Arctic countries to regard their interest to the Arctic in the context of their global power ambitions. Active Arctic governance as represented by India according to India's Arctic policy, is a multilateral system of governance of the region. And as we can see in the text of this document, India views the Arctic Council as a leading international regional forum and aims to become more involved in its work, as do our non-Arctic countries. And besides that, besides the Arctic Council, the text also mentions the International Arctic Science Committee, the Nordic Defense Cooperation, the Arctic Coast Guard Forum, and the Offshore Regulators Forum, and finally the Arctic Economic Council. India views the Arctic governance system, as I told you already, as a multi-layered, consisting not only of international regional institutions, but also a developed international legal framework. As noted in the text of the strategy, once again, India has ratified almost all international treaties and is a member of international organizations relevant to the Arctic. Well, after gaining observer status to the Arctic Council, India put forward the idea of India being a free poles country, which was mentioned here nowadays already. And since 2013, a dialogue on the free poles of cold has been held at the Arctic Circle platform in Iceland. And this idea is actively supported by China, Japan, and South Korea, and by the Arctic countries, Russia and Northern European countries. This group of countries are also showing their interest to this concept of free poles. Taking into account current geopolitical situation, it's clear that the landscape of Arctic cooperation will change. It's obvious. However, India's leadership says it will continue in international cooperation and partnerships with all stakeholders in the region. And this is a demonstration that despite the prevailing geopolitical situation, India is committed to the Arctic and does not want to delay planned initiatives. Speaking about bilateral level of cooperation, the most active partners of India on bilateral level, this is the United States, Norway, and Russia. And thus, India has in recent years gradually begun to integrate into the Arctic cooperation system, seeking to develop cooperation with Arctic and non-Arctic countries at different levels of the Arctic governance system and Arctic cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Lagutina. Spasiba za vaše slovar. What you're saying is actually something which I hope NSCS and the government will listen to, about how behind India is compared to the other non-Arctic states. And you also talked about India's leadership. I think this is an opportune time for India to exercise its leadership and its unique position vis-a-vis both the Russians and the Europeans. And I think we must work closer with China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, etc., to assert our interests and also try to bridge the geopolitical gap between Russia on the one hand and non-Russian states of the Arctic Council. But thank you very much for focusing on India. I now invite Mr. Jawahar Bhagwat, Associate Professor, Northern Arctic Federal University, imeni MV Lomonosov, Arkhangelsk, Russian Federation. I think he's online. Mr. Bhagwat, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and respected colleagues. It is a privilege and honor to be given an opportunity to speak at this forum. The joint declaration between India and Russia in July 2024 marked a new path in development of cooperation in the Arctic and development of transport corridors. The blockage of the Suez Canal in 2021, the Red Sea crisis and the Black Sea crisis re-emphasized the importance of developing alternate transport routes such as the Northern Sea route and the North-South transport corridor. This talk highlights areas of cooperation between the two countries in the Arctic and the NSR alongside existing challenges. The first point is the NSR. Despite unprecedented sanctions from Western countries, Russia has continued with its development plans for the NSR, and there is a strong commitment to Arctic resource development and shipping. In 2024, cargo carried along the NSR reached a record of 37.9 million tons, a 5% increase, though well below the ambitious goal set in 2018, mainly due to Western sanctions. Transit cargo attained 3.08 million tons, including 1.8 million tons of crude oil, a 40% increase. China's share in this transit cargo was 99.7%, 95% from Russia to China and 4% from China to Russia. These figures show that Russian government policies are slowly and steadily adapting to geopolitical factors. However, the pace of Russian NSR development is likely to be greatly influenced by several factors in the coming years, including the financial and human resources allocated to Ukraine and escalating geopolitical tensions, but also prevailing economic conditions and the technical capabilities of Russian industries to support its planned, ambitious resource development. Russia will need to find suitable replacements for Western technology and services, including project investment. However, quickly replacing a large group of international companies that were world leaders in their respective fields and who had long-standing partnerships with Russian resource and maritime infrastructure developers is in reality not feasible, at least in the short term in Russia. Meanwhile, the urgency of this technological transition away from Western countries is making Russia increasingly dependent on Chinese companies for Russian resource development and possibly in the future for maritime infrastructure and services. Chinese companies are trying to fill in the gap left by the departure of Western companies. This is also an opportunity for Indian companies and essential for Russia to promote diversification of partnership in the Arctic. The next specific subheading under this, shipbuilding. Russia needs a fleet of 110 plus Arctic vessels, including diesel icebreakers and other categories of vessels. Russia will also be dependent on Chinese shipyards to help with the construction of this future Arctic fleet. They have already contracted for container vessels and maybe cooperation in many other types of vessels. The use of ships built in China is likely to increase despite the Russian law that came into force in February 2018, requiring all vessels transporting Russian hydrocarbon resources on the NSR to be built in Russia. The new shipping policy released by the Government of India in February 2025 is aimed at making India one of the hubs of shipbuilding. This is an opportunity for joint cooperation since India has spare capacity at the Cochin and Pipavav shipyards. There is also a ship repair capacity at the L&T Kutupalli facility. This too is relevant because Western ship repair yards have refused to accept Russian ships. Russia also faces acute shortage in skilled manpower, especially in shipbuilding, Arctic sailors, engineers, and other disciplines. Ex-Indian Navy personnel who already have a working knowledge of Russian are eminently suitable personnel to be utilized in these spheres, as they would have a much shorter training time. The joint working group on the NSR between the two countries needs to examine this issue. Next, move on to scientific research. India's scientific community has actively participated in joint research with Norway. An agreement was finalized with Canada. 3 Indian universities have been included in the U-Arctic. However, joint Arctic research with Russia, undoubtedly the premier country in Arctic research, and other forms of scientific diplomacy do not reflect the long-standing cooperation between the two countries in other scientific spheres such as atomic energy, space, and defense. Russia has also made a proposal for India to be a part of its proposed International Research Center at Svalbard. The Russian plan for environmental monitoring of the Arctic is extensive, and here India would benefit by having benefit of Russian data for validation of the hypothesis of Arctic climatic conditions affecting monsoons in India. Sea level rise and its effect on Indian island territories is another possible area of cooperation because Arctic climatic conditions are variable and non-linear. This also necessitates further cooperation with Russia. I next move on to educational exchange and availability of human resources. This could change cooperation in the Arctic for the better in the future. There were many educational exchange programs in the Soviet Union. These were not only for bachelor's or master programs students or those studying for a PhD, but also, for example, government bureaucrats, scientists, specialists in the Indian public sector, military, and other specialists. There were many opportunities to study and exchange areas of interest and skills at that point of time. This was a great example of how soft power worked. Unfortunately, with the disintegration of the Soviet Union and Russia's turn to the West, the number of such programs decreased to negligible levels. I hope that due to the turn to the East, Russia will gradually return to the previous strategy and the number of educational quotas and internship options in the territory of the Russian Federation, especially in the Arctic, for foreigners, including Indians, will increase. You may have heard about some Indian doctors who studied and now work in Arkhangels. In contrast, India sends a large number of specialists to various Arctic countries such as Canada, Denmark, Norway, and Finland. If desired, Russia could attract several qualified personnel from India. This would be mutually beneficial and contribute to India's involvement in the Arctic and Far East. I now move on to challenges. The foremost challenge is that of secondary sanctions. Firstly, in respect of payment mechanisms. While some workarounds are in place with the help of Sber and VTB banks, it is not an ideal situation because Indian banks face restrictions. For example, an Indian citizen cannot withdraw money from an Indian bank in Russia. Similarly, Indian banks do not permit access to an Indian citizen accessing account from Russia without going through a VPN server in India, and VPNs are banned in Russia. These are all practical issues that affect cooperation. Secondly, in respect of energy, this is already affecting the import of Russian oil though India is trying to work around it. The Trump administration has also made it clear that it wants India to make USA the largest exporter of oil and gas to India, irrespective of the cost. Here, I would like to highlight that despite the rhetoric from the European Union, Russia increased its LNG exports to Europe in 2024 to a record 16.65 million tons. That is Russia's share in LNG imports into Europe increased from 15 to 20%. In contrast, overall EU imports of LNG from around the world declined by 20% in 2024. A Norwegian publication admitted that traders prefer cheaper Russian LNG rather than buying from the US or elsewhere. India has greatly benefited from its oil trade with Russia in terms of stable prices for the Indian consumer and valuable foreign exchange earnings from exports of petroleum products to the EU that attained record levels in 2024. Indian investment in both Arctic LNG-2 and Vostok oil projects would greatly contribute to India's long-term energy security. Thirdly, secondary sanctions in respect of transport infrastructure. The Trump administration has removed the waiver according to the Chabahar project, which is a key node of the North-South transport project. That is an important alternative trade route to Russia, which can also connect to the Arctic regions. Possible Indian investment in the Vladivostok port transshipment terminal would enhance the Vladivostok-Chennai maritime corridor. Last but not the least challenge, the huge trade imbalance between the two countries. India had a trade deficit of US $57 billion with Russia in 2024, out of an overall trade figure of 66 billion. The balance of trade needs urgent redressal since it is so one-sided, with Indian exports to Russia being only $9 billion US. It is imperative that non-tariff barriers and regulatory impediments are resolved jointly. In contrast, India had a trade surplus of US $47 billion with the USA in 2024, which makes it more vulnerable to trade tariffs by USA. As part of this deal, India may be constrained to import more energy and defense equipment from the USA. To conclude, cooperation between India and Russia in the Arctic has excellent potential. However, there are many obstacles in the current geopolitical climate, the main factor being India's attempt to balance relations with Russia and the USA in context of Ukraine with a view to progressing its multi-vector diplomacy and the preservation of its national interests. Some of these impediments can be overcome by constant dialogue and under the aegis of the various working groups of the India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Trade, Economic, Scientific, Technological and Cultural Cooperation and Joint Working Group for the NSR. These official working groups need to invite experts from academia for consultation on an as-required basis. Scientific research and educational exchange are two areas which need improvement. However, notwithstanding the incremental progress, there is an overall positive trajectory. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Bhagwat. This was an absolutely outstanding presentation. very, very impressive. I'll just have to summarize a few points that you brought out. Number one, I hope your example stands out and that because of you, many more Indian professors, faculty, students actually go and study and teach in Russia. I hope you serve as a role model because the potential is unthinkably huge and vast. Secondly, you've touched upon a very important point about Russia's dependency on China. And I think this is a major issue. And I should say that this is a strategic short-sightedness being shown by Western countries in terms of their own relationship with Russia, that they are inadvertently leaving Russia with no choice but to depend on China. And this is something which Russia does not want and is not comfortable with. So we have to point this out repeatedly to Western countries when we talk to them about the political relationships between the West and with Russia. You also talked about the opportunities between, you also talked about secondary sanctions. And here I just hope, and this is why India has been so supportive and has been publicly advocating and publicly putting its weight behind the current peace efforts between the United States and Russia over Ukraine, because a lot is at stake. And I think it is in India's interest that these efforts succeed, not only succeed, but they are durable and that they succeed in the immediate future. Because it's only when we repair this relationship that we can explore all these opportunities and mitigate the effects of secondary sanctions. And also the areas that you have listed for cooperation are absolutely bang on target. And I would only say that your menu is so rich in terms of what we can cooperate with in terms of personnel, retired Navy personnel, environmental monitoring, shipbuilding, energy. These are huge areas. And I don't think we have a choice or we need to choose our energy sources. I mean, if India has to grow at 8 to 10% for the next 20 years, we need energy from the United States, from Russia, from Iran, from Iraq. There is no country in the world where we do not need energy from. So our demands are going to grow as our per capita consumption of LNG, of fossil fuel and everything will grow. So the potential for cooperation, even in the energy sector with Russia, regardless of what you have said, in my opinion, is going to remain, because we are talking of our energy requirements not of today, but of 10 years hence or 20 years hence. But thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I now invite Mr. Indira Raj Vanraj Dodia, Director of the Dodia Enterprises, to make his presentation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I am Dodia Indraj. Let me introduce myself first and my group where I belong to. I'm a part of International Expert Committee member. We work with the Northern Forum for development of regional agenda with various regions of Russian Federation. We are from 5 countries at the moment. We are like 18 people from Iceland, from China, from India, from Russia. So in all, we work together to advise on sustainability with the use of IT and technology applications. So my basically, so right now I'll focus much more on trying to define a model which can actually give kind of solution to the people who are indigenous people living in the northern Arctic regions. And so I'll just go there. So in order to this, we will consider this model as a part of UN framework for sustainable development agendas, which in all is also included in the BRICS Corporation, in BRICS for IT infrastructure development. So, second please. Okay, so the main agenda of the BRICS focusing is on sustainable development. As per the UN Nation Sustainable Development Agendas, they are parallelly targeting on the agendas till 2030. So our IT-focused agenda are mostly holistically approached with BRICS development agendas. Then we have digital economy partnership, and we also have the sustainable agenda in the mind, while I have prepared a model like a mathematical model in order to address this IT solution. Second, please. Okay. Just to introduce, this is a basic history of India-Russia relations. So where India has been strategic partners in so many affairs, especially in development of so strong infrastructure, as we know. But in terms of technology, we have IIT Bombay, we have high computing, we have high performance computing institutions which were being established during 2000. We have various other initiatives been taken in the direction of IT by India. Also in terms of MOUs are signed in every year. In bilateral youth innovation exchange program from 2018 2020, but it somewhat got stopped. So I would suggest that this should continue on in terms of innovations that you can participate to come up with new web and mobile applications. So other than this, we have emerging technology partnership between India and Russia in nanotechnology, in disaster management, and also in quantum technologies. So at the moment, Arctic is a place where the quantum technology can be focused, because it's specifically requiring the resources that can be used because it's a cold region. There is a less expensive when you are dealing with quantum technologies. We have to select the place which are cold regions. So we can have strength of the Arctic regions where we can actually use data centers and other quantum related technology applications there. Other than this, the 4 LEO satellites have been deployed in Russian Federation for monitoring the region in terms of climate and also the development. So in this area, the Indian government could possibly try to collaborate and come up with new solutions for use of this model. So the model is this one. Okay, so this is model basically it focused on a mathematical approach. It focused on the use of IT for development of region on basis of regional agenda. So this is basically working on the so-called defining. Defining is much more about identifying the goals, keeping in mind about the sustainability goals of the UN Council and also the BRICS Council. Analyze it. Analyze is basically the inclusion of the people who are living in the northern region of the Arctic, the so-called the people who are actually called Arctic. You see, the people who are basically the culture, the people who are basically following the tradition, we need to focus on that. On that basis, I have defined this model. So, okay, we don't miss anything. So it's defining, analyze, innovate, and materialize. Now, how we define this model is basically the definition is digital transformation impact on social development. So this model will basically try to analyze the digital transformation that has taken place. Now, the factors which are there in terms of variables and in terms of the changes is so-called like the goal, secondly, the goal selection, then the problem analysis, And then you have the technologies of application, considering the inclusion of the people of that region and the social deployment. So how materialistic is the solution in this case? So this model also has an error. When you are actually implementing, you are considering all the factors in all the sectors, but when you have real implementation, you always have an error. So this is a error plus error. That is basically we are not able to give 100%, but we are trying our best to get closer and closer to this application of DAIM model. So in terms of IT, the AI and the blockchain has improved IT governance and the resource tracking with the applications of blockchain technology for smart governance. This is happening in a place. Last year, I have gone to Khanty-Mansiysk, where the governor of Khanty-Mansiysk, who is very active in inviting the people who work for development in terms of application of AI in various industries. I saw the application of a smart model over there in terms of smart currency transaction as well, in terms of application of AR, VR in remote education. So where now is a situation where we don't have to go in terms of indigenous people who are living in the north. They have less access to the education. They have very harsh climate. So we are coming up with a solution. I also have a team here who is sitting there. We can give a demo basically where you can actually have understanding about how the application of VR can be there in healthcare, in education, and also in travel. So you can just, after I finish, you can ask them, they can give you a basic demo about how VR can work in these industries. So to consider this DAIM model, which I have shown it to you, this DAIM model is basically, we are trying to take two assumptions. Two assumptions are basically the people, like the systematic barriers for Arctic development. Now, what are the systematic barriers? Now, these systematic barriers are the Arctic homes to numerous indigenous people. Now, who are these numerous indigenous people? They are like the people like Nenets, Ivensky, Chukchi, Sami, Yakuts. The exclusion of indigenous people of Arctic is rooted in social dynamics. Now, what are social dynamics here? Now, these social dynamics are basically, okay, I am living in a better area, so I am more far intelligent than the person who are living in a outskirt area, or people who doesn't have an access to AI or doesn't have an access to technology. So considering this as one of the part for inclusion, the hurdles which are thriving the things to exclude the people in terms of application of this DAM model. Then you also have a political marginalization in terms of decision making on the resource extraction. So whenever the resources are extracted, the people have to move down from one region to another region because industrial development is happening. So this model of DIAM, which we'll find out in the second level of DIAM, there is something called analyze. The analyze is much more about understanding the extreme weather affecting the infrastructure, high cost of deploying fiber networks, energy constraint. There needs to be autonomous. We don't have to have a system which should be failing after a year or two. So it should be autonomous. In this case of application of AI, it will help in smart observation. How is smart observation in terms of deploying the LEO satellites and 5G remote Arctic communities. Right now, there has been investment going on in LEO satellite. The LEO satellite are generally placed 1,000 kilometers above the Earth, generally to observe and give best connection for industrial development, definitely connection for internet and observation in the various regions of Earth. So there is a constellation, 680 satellites were going to be deployed by the Canada and StarX. But because of the present situation, it has been cancelled. So we already have a strength out here, better than Canada. In terms of India and Russia as a strategic alliance, which can work on the present project which is going on in LEO satellites, which can help to give more and better connection to indigenous people in the north, as well as development in terms of bilateral and also the investment in the industrial parks which are happening in the Arctic regions. And there are special benefit for the industrial park in the Arctic regions. I was discussing on the other day with the representative of Sakha Republic, I came to know that there are special benefit. Even if you are a travel going to Russian Federation, you go there and you want to invest, there are special benefit for the people of India who want to invest there into various industrial parks. The investments are not so much. Me as a person who went to Russia before like 5 years, I was a student. I started in company there looking at the opportunity that they have and being liberal in terms of taxation systems, in liberal in terms of opportunity, in terms of technology, in terms of access to the resources. In Russia, we have a very good experience. Indian people have a very good experience if you go to Russia, especially for doing business. So I would encourage the people who want to become entrepreneurs. There are other projects as well. I can actually guide you in that sense. There are other projects for innovators. In MOU Innovation Cooperation between India and Russia. This is basically for tech startups and tech SMEs and the joint development projects. India has invested almost 15 crores and Russia has invested 150 crores for innovators who want startup funding. So this model is basically a model which is used only for sustainability and development. Just for basic understanding, the two assumptions were taken in order to focus on coming up with the right solution to the indigenous people. That's basically because they are the main users. So IT infrastructure for our role is mostly focusing on the sustainable development of the use of infrastructure for development of people and the places. So other than this, I have particularly research a case study done by Infosys, where Infosys has used its software technology and its research work for African regions where there has been many healthcare centers, but the problem is that it was not getting benefit. The investment has been done from the World Bank, but the development and the benefit with the healthcare system over there was unorganized, it was improper, and the people are not able to use it. Now, what the Infosys did basically, they try to study the data taken from the mobile network operators. They try to understand the geotag location of the cell towers, try to understand who are the people who are actually moving away during the weekends for agriculture-related activities. The validate information available from the census, they use it for analysis. They use it for identifying the unique users during that particular year in 2019. The use of the word pop data was done for special understanding of uncovered population. So if you are targeting a particular census and when you are doing some like try to observe, go to world pop, you will have data where you have people who are actually at one particular place, and then you have other places which are segregated and staying away from the location which have the healthcare systems. With the real-time location of MNO data and the use of UNICEF-defined catchment areas for healthcare relatively to the population. So which are the training places? There are certain health facilities over there, observing that where the people are coming and where they are going. On that basis, they have tried to focus and establish the new healthcare centers in new region. So this model can, I think, can be used also in understanding the indigenous people movement. So we can give them a better healthcare facilities and establish better health centers near to the places which they are moving. So this is the one example where the LEO satellites can work. Other than this, looking at the present situation that we are facing, looking at the present situation that we are facing, I would suggest, in terms of central bank digital currencies, like it's called CBDCs. These basically it's a blockchain-based method. I suggest that India and Russia can actually use this blockchain method technology in order to have a transaction, because present situation, because of the sanctions, the direct transfers are only happening for bigger commodities. But in this case, for the people who are regular travelers, for me as a person in India, I have to take money and then I have to convert into rubles and then I have to pay in locally. You see, there is no official mode of transaction. So I would suggest to establish some kind of blockchain-based method where there's a possibility of India and Russia. They can discuss on this and then come up with a better DLT. DLT is basically distributed ledger technology, which is open to all, which is accessible to the person who is given the access. So I can suggest this one, and this is already existing. It's existing in China, UAE, Hong Kong, and Thailand. It's called M-Bridge. So this we can actually also implement between India and Russia. So that's my suggestion. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Indira Raj Vanraj Dodia. Very interesting. I have also been to Khanti Mansisk, digital inclusion, how Indian investors can participate. It's a fantastic thing. We have 5 million Indians in the United States, 9 million Indians in the Gulf. We have just a few thousand in Russia. I don't understand why we cannot have 1 or 2 or 3 million Indians in Russia contributing to the development and the growth of Russia. It is a continent, or rather a world waiting to be discovered. And people like you should be pioneers in persuading other Indians because the sky is the limit and we are wasting an opportunity not to participate in the development and the growth of Russia. So thank you also for your digital inclusion model. I hope other Indian investors can also participate and follow your example. The last speaker, I believe, is Mr. Maxim Gutinov, Head of the Department of International Relations, Political Science and Regional Studies, South Ural State University in Russia. Please.
Please, presentation. Okay.
There's something there.
I'll check. Hello, dear colleagues. Today, my presentation is not so much scientific as it's practical. I would like to share with you the Arctic competence of my region. So we have a lot of regions in Russia, 89, and none of them are useful for cooperation in the Arctic, I guess. So I would like to tell you about non-Arctic region in my country, but this region can be useful for cooperation in the Arctic region. The Chelyabinsk region, being one of Russia's leading industrial centers, is actively developing innovative technologies and logistical solutions, enabling it to contribute to Arctic development despite its non-Arctic location. The Chelyabinsk region is a powerful industrial hub where almost 47% of its gross regional product comes from industry, making it a key player in Arctic equipment production. The region possesses a strong industrial base, including ferrous and non-ferrous metallurgy, mechanical engineering, and construction materials, making it a strategic supplier for Arctic projects. It also plays a crucial role in a foreign trade, cooperating within 120 countries, while its advanced transportation infrastructure ensures efficient cargo delivery across Russia, Central Asia, and beyond. The Chelyabinsk region is one of the largest metallurgical and mechanical engineering centers. You got on the slide statistic. I was given it from Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chelyabinsk region, so it's interesting information. The Chelyabinsk region is home to Russia's leading industrial enterprises specializing in metallurgy, shipbuilding, engineering, and the production of oil and gas equipment. Companies such as Conor, ЧТЗ, MMK, and Shell Pipe manufacture products essential for the Arctic, including specialized pipes, high-strength steel for extreme temperatures, drilling equipment, and transport solutions. So on this slide, you can see our leading industrial companies. The Chelyabinsk region is a key transport and logistics hub connecting Russia with Kazakhstan, Central Asia, China, and the Middle East. Its well-developed rail and road networks make it a vital link in international freight transportation, strengthening its role in supplying Arctic projects with necessary materials and equipment. Because of lack of time, I will skip some slides. The Chelyabinsk region is actively developing high potential industries. You can see it on the slide. So our region offers a well-developed investment infrastructure, including 9 industrial parks, 9 industrial clusters, and 2 technoparks. As for Russia, India and Chelyabinsk region, Chelyabinsk region and India has got a long history of economic and cultural cooperation, dating back to the USSR-India partnership. In 1955, Jawaharlal Nehru, you can see it on the picture, and Indira Gandhi visited Magnitogorsk, and the Magnitogorsk Iron and Steel Works contributed to the construction of the Bhilai steel plant, symbolizing the industrial collaboration between two nations. Moreover, the region holds historical and scientific significance for Indian research due to the Archaeum archaeological complex, which is linked to ancient Aryan cultures. According to our one hypothesis, the Aryans who inhabited Archaeum later migrated to South Asia, forming part of foundations of Indian civilizations. And 2 professors from my department work there, and they say that this is really information. So our region is important for Indian cooperation. You also can see this statistic information. So what about the Arctic? The Chelyabinsk region is actively developing Arctic shipbuilding, and a key example of this is its cooperation between South Ural State University and Konor. Konor manufactures marine equipment approved by Russia Maritime Register, including mechanical rotary steering columns used to icebreakers, Arctic vessels, and offshore platforms. Chelyabinsk involvement in shipbuilding strengthens its position as an industrial center, contributing to Arctic development and Russia's strategic infrastructure. The Chelyabinsk region demonstrates its Arctic engineering competencies through the development of specialized transport, including this bus, introduced in 2023. So this is also was made by our university with factory Ural in Mias. Our region plays a key role in supporting Arctic infrastructure projects thanks to advanced metallurgical and material science innovation. The Magnitogorsk Iron and Steel Works, MMK, has developed a unique rolling technology producing high-strength frost-resistant metals essential for extreme Arctic conditions. Additionally, Shell Pipe manufactures specialized pipelines for Arctic oil and gas transportation, further reinforcing the region's industrial competitiveness in Arctic-oriented production. So this is another plant, CTZ, Chelyabinsk tractor plant. It used to produce tanks during World War II. now it still produce tractors. So some of our tractors were sent to Novosibirsk Island in the Arctic. Next. The Chelyabinsk region is developing digital and engineering solution for the Arctic, including the creation of a climate-resistant data processing center. This project, led by engineers from the Zababakhin Russian Research Institute of Technical Physics in Snezhinsk. It will enable climate and ocean monitoring in the Arctic and support technical problem solving in harsh conditions. Additionally, the region is establishing a testing center for Arctic equipment, reinforcing Chelyabinsk engineer leadership in Arctic technologies. Our governor, Alexei Texler, said that Chelyabinsk region can be the gateway to Russia for India. He highlights not only the region's logistic role, but also its importance in Arctic development. Chelyabinsk already supplies the Arctic with high-tech materials, marine equipment, and specialized transport, while its partnership with India could expand into joint supply chains, scientific research, and digital solution for Arctic climate monitoring. The Chelyabinsk region demonstrates that a non-Arctic region can play a critical role in Arctic development through strong industry, scientific research, and logistics capabilities. The South Ural State University serves as a center for science diplomacy, linking academia and industry through engineering innovation, digital solution, and environmental research, including partnership with Indian universities. Thank you for your attention. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gutinev. Very interesting. Chelyabinsk, huge potential. I would suggest that you should get the governor to pay a visit to India with a business delegation so he can go around some of the old plants like Bhilai and others and, have a road show to promote and to create awareness about the Republic and the potential for cooperation. Yeah, you should do that and travel India and, go on a road show. But thank you very much for the presentation. I was told there is another intervention by... She's not there? Okay. So we've come to the end of the panel. If there are any questions, I think it was a very, very rich discussion. Any comments or any questions? I think we've had some very concrete suggestions. I would only suggest to VIF and to Northern Forum that maybe they can put together all the suggestions that have been made as a part of the outcome of this panel, which can be sent to the two governments. But I think it seems to me that most of the work has to be done by the Indian government, unfortunately. But when you sit back and listen to the kind of ideas that have been made and the sheer scale of the potential that Russia offers, I don't think many people in India still understand what we are talking about. And that is our failure. But I would also suggest to the Russian side to come more often. Many of you said you visited India for the first time. This is ridiculous. I mean, you should be coming to India much more often. And the potential for cooperation is so vast. And I will repeat myself that a few thousand Indians here and there means nothing in Russia. We should look at that country as a country of huge opportunity, good political relations, friendly to India. I don't see why we are holding back. And seminars like this are really, and I compliments to VIF to, arrange this event to talk about the Arctic. we've got joint working groups, but we need to do much, much more. I think we are too slow. I was just discussing with Rear Admiral Prasanna. In private, he admits the challenges facing our system. But if we are not fast enough, my feeling is we will be left behind and we will regret it. So it's the responsibility not only of the government, but also of business, of think tanks, etc. So Arvind, this is a great effort, but please.
I think it was Mr. Bhagwat's presentation. He touched upon the issue of the secondary sanctions, payment systems, etc. Even ordinary person, if he goes to these places, how do you manage? I think this issue needs to be, we have been skirting around this issue. Time has come to really take it, head on and do something about it, because we can talk about many things, but if this nitty-gritty of banking, etc., is not sorted out, payments, you mentioned the blockchain solution to this. Let's do it now, because talking about, secondary sanctions are going to stay there. Let's not kid ourselves, because the world is getting even more fragmented. But opportunities are also awaiting, as you said. So let us now look at the key issues. That is one. The second issue again that you mentioned, mentioning the example of Bhagwat, that let there be more Indian faces. You see, you go to the Western countries, USA, Europe, etc. You have Indian professors, Indian. So now Russia should, instead of just taking the workers with all the flights going full, there should be Indian professionals with flights full that should be going. And likewise from their side also. I mean, we have also missed on the opportunities. So once that visibility is there, some big ambassadors are there. You see, right now, as we have seen, both ambassadors are here, two ambassadors, former ambassadors are here. They know it very well. In fact, a lot of our damage has been done to Indo-Russian relations by some, unscrupulous elements have gone into it and monopolized this. But now it's a new generation, new areas, new competencies. I mean, this is a totally new area. Competencies are also new. Totally, architect technologies are totally different from what we had. So we have to have that visibility. We don't have. There's no champion either on our side or on their side. In fact, their side I could still see. At least Northern Forum has come here, and they are showcasing their governors, their ministers, and so on who are interested. But on our side, I think the Russian side should take this opportunity and have some really top-rated Indians in their universities, in their companies as CEOs or whatever. Once that visibility builds and we are able to sort out this issue of payments, etc., and travel also. I mean, travel is not easy. How do you go to Sakha? It's first you go to Moscow. Moscow itself going to this is becoming quite difficult with kind of full flights that are going there. Not enough flights even. So I think these issues need to be sorted out, and this is now the time to do that.
Any yes, please.
Dear speakers, thank you very much for your so interesting, informative solutions, mechanisms, ideas, etc. It was interesting, and I would like to say about the intra-Russia blockchain, because I understood this idea within possible creative Arctic research ideas, because I know some monitoring and the observations concept within research and the development. It can be useful between Russian and the Indians internship, firstly. Secondly, on private and states companies, they are looking for some new ideas, innovative ideas. And I think that we have possibility to attention this direction and suggest it to our business companies which nowadays try to develop business as usual concept, and there is no good idea, and I support, and I will try to possible have touch with Indra Raj within some Russian fund, a scientific fund, if it will be possible, have a common projects, if we will be in the future to try to apply this fund, I think that it would be a good idea and we can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the suggestion. Maybe Indra Raj can contact her and
This is not the first time that was discussed. I mean, before I was in Informs, I mean, in the International Forum for Municipal Corporation in St. Petersburg. We had the same discussion with Indian tycoons there. They will say, we want to come to Russia. We want to invest, and how we will invest? They are coming all the way. They are using the funds via China, and they are investing right now, and they are having so many expenses. So during that time, if it's happening, it's already discussed. It's not like that, but there has to be a solution. I mean, it's not even like something like, I mean, it's already existing. We are using this smart technology already in the education. Smart contracts can be done in education, and why not in digital currency? We have the best complex payment systems like, the UPI. I mean, it's effectively working. Or even in Singapore, even the pilot testing have been done in UAE and everywhere. It's working very effectively. Why not use such similar model in Russia? We can come up with, if it's an authentication problem, we can put it into policy for defining and using the international standards. I mean, keeping in mind international standards of digital payments, we can definitely come up with blockchain technology as a solution to the present situation.
good. Ambassador Venkatesh Verma, please, your words of wisdom, very important today.
So first of all, my apologies, I've come a little late in the program, but I want to compliment and congratulate VIF and Dr. Arvind Gupta and our person for the Arctic who's taken this forward, Captain Anurag Visen. It is indeed a very important development today, because while India has been engaging on the Arctic for a very long time, it is not new. I think we are slowly building up a new critical mass, both on the Indian side and on the Russian side. The political framework for this has been also set in place. The Prime Minister's visit to Vladivostok in 2019, his discussions with President Putin. His Prime Minister also met a number of regional governors of the Russian Far East. I think the political framework is in place. There are no obstacles. Bilateral. The second issue of looking for opportunities, I think we are now making the next step of looking at opportunities in specific sectors. I think today's seminar is very important in that respect. And in sectors, we have to, in addition to science and technology, which has been the core of our Indian interest in the Arctic, we have to move into specific sectors that are available. And across the board, there is interest in Russia to partner with India, and India should also step up with going forward. Third issue is, how do we take this forward in the context of international opportunities? I think what both Ambassador Pankaj Saran and Dr. Arvind Gupta said, the international disturbed situation is a given now. We have to take it for granted, it will be there. We have to find practical ways of cooperation. Fourth is, I think, with the assistance of the NSCS and good network of think tanks within India, and VIF, I think, will be very happy to partner it. I think we have to take this forward in terms of specific suggestions that we can make to both sides. Lastly, people-to-people contacts. With Sakha Republic, with Chelyabinsk region, with the northern thing in the Arctic, we also have this issue of indigenous people. India, I think, should be prepared to go forward and and suggest some high-tech programs for these things specifically. The next point is on technology. I think Vanrajji's point is very clear. We should start doing absolutely new things. The last point is India-Russia cooperation in multilateral fora. Unfortunately, the Arctic Council has become a little, has had its difficulties in the recent past, but that should not prevent India and Russia from cooperating. India-Russia cooperation is a pillar of our multilateral cooperation in the Arctic. So I think we have a very rich agenda. It's very impressive how Russian side has stepped forward. We are very much encouraged by that. We would like to thank Dr. Arvind Gupta and Captain Anurag Visen for actually working very hard to put this thing together. And it's today, I think, a very good development, the momentum for which we should not lose in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Verma. Is there any other comment to be made or question? I think we can now wind up because we have another event after this.
Yes,
so I want to thank all of you, the panelists, for your very valuable presentations, the audience for attending and listening. Thank you so much, and one round of applause for all the panelists. Especially the
Thank you, sir. So with this, we come to the close of this session. And I thank all the panelists of this session. And now, may I request Dr. Arvind Gupta, Director, Vivekananda Foundation, and Mr. Vladimir Vasilev, Director, Northern Forum, to come and take their seat on the dais so that we can sign MOUs between Northern Forum and Vivekananda International Foundation. So as an important outcome of the collaboration between Northern Forum and Vivekananda International Foundation, both institutes have agreed to sign a memorandum of understanding, and the signing ceremony will be done here. I would ask Hina to please present the documents, and Joseph Sanate to please present the MOU. You know. Now I would like to invite Mr. Maxim Dankin, the Director General of the Expert Center or Project Office for Arctic Development. There will be a MOU signing between PORA and Vivekananda International Foundation. Yes. There are two other MOUs which have to be signed here at this stage, and I would request the Director VIF and the Director Northern Forum to be here at this stage while the documents are being signed. So I would request Ms. Alexandra to please bring the documents here to the dais. मेरे को नहीं आएगा हम लोग NEMA and Russian Union of Travel.
Yes.
So the next MOU is being signed between the Russian Union of Travel Industry. We have Mr. Mamonto from the Russian Union of Travel Industry, and we have Dr. Nitin Mittal from the Network of Indian MICE Agents, NEMA. And the next. And may I now invite Mr. Shravan Bhalla, Vice President, Outbound Tour Operators Association of India. And I would request Mr. Mamonto to be here for the signing of the MOU.
He is not here.
He's not here?
He's not here.
Okay.
That's
That's
all.
all?
That's
Okay, so with this, we come to the conclusion of this international conference on uniting North and South for sustainable development in the Arctic. There is tea and coffee served downstairs. I would request everyone to please join us for a cup of coffee. And with this, I would like to extend warm thanks to everyone present here. Thank you all. मेरी फोटो में check